Inaudible. Inaudible. Welcome to the cities of making. Should cities become centers of industrialization again? It has become a maxima of the recent years that at the moment we are witnessing revitalization of the cities to accommodate for the current industries, creative industries, public or business industries. And very often the territories are offered for residential building. But judging by the European experience and judging by certain projects in Moscow, we see that we can speak about the launch of a new wave, a wave related to the fact that manufacturing is back to the mega cities. For instance, it is following the rationale of setting up technological hubs. The manufacturing which would be integrated with logistics and R&D, and very often it would be integrated into the education. It makes totally new facilities in the city, and this is something which I'd like to discuss with our today's remarkable speakers. But prior to introducing them to them, I'd like to say a few words about Moscow. It's very important to note that according to the Industrial Development Agency of Moscow, at the moment, some tax benefits are offered for the so-called industrial facilities, which are inclusive of manufacturing and R&D institutions. For instance, a free economic zone has been set up, and probably you are familiar with it. This is the so-called Moskva Technopolis, which develops small and medium-sized enterprises which are integrated with the research. And that means that we can call them innovative. Besides, for instance, last year, Moscow launched the so-called Bank of Technologies, which are supporting the enterprises in transition to a new level of technological work, the so-called Industry 4.0. Besides, the depressive industrial areas which are still present in Moscow, which still do not have any industrial enterprises or manufacturing enterprises, but which would have Soviet-style or Soviet-type enterprises and a decay. But these areas still may retain their manufacturing function. Residential, commercial houses and building remain the function which actually is a priority for the industrial zones. Today, with the participants, we're going to discuss that topic. First of all, Adrian Hill, who is the coordinator of Cities of Making project, who analyzed the state-of-the-art tendencies in the area of revitalizing the industrial areas with a focus on 3 cities, London, Brussels, and Rotterdam. Gleb Vitkov, Director, Faculty of Urban and Regional Development, High School of Economics University, who, better than anyone else, knows the front lines of urban development. Tatiana Guk, Director from Institute of the General Plan or Master Plan of Moscow, who is working on the urban development of the city, including the industrial zone development. And last but not least, Tatiana Polidi, Executive Director of the Institute for Urban Economics, who is developing certain sensors which have to be input into the cities. Adrian Hill will have 12 minutes for the contribution. Just as the trendsetter, he will highlight the new tendencies for the development of industries in big cities. This is what is going on in Europe, and he will convey the results of his research. And other colleagues will have 7 to 8 minutes for their inputs, for their contributions. And after that, we will have a free-flow discussion. Adrian, can you hear us? Inaudible. Inaudible. Adrian, we cannot hear you. Adrian, unmute your microphone. Adrian, good morning. We can hear you very well. Adrian, I've already made some introduction to an interesting research project which you have been developing for 2.5 years as a coordinator. Can you tell us a few words about the results, the outcomes and lessons of that project? 1 year you learned about revitalizing the industrial zones in 3 so different cities of Europe with different history, cities of different scale. Over to you.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry, my Russian is very very poor, so I haven't managed to follow all the introduction. But I hope that I can present a little bit of the background on a couple of projects that I've been working on regarding manufacturing production in cities. So hopefully this will be a useful introduction, at least from a European perspective. Yeah, it's production and manufacturing and industrial land has become a hot topic for medium and particularly large metropolises. So cities with a market-driven real estate sector are gentrifying industrial land to expand housing, public space, and office space, while there are other cities that are prioritising the circular economy or technical innovation, looking for accessible jobs, and reserving space for foundational activities such as food, construction, utilities or repair, and which are starting to protect real estate. So while production and manufacturing has changed a lot since the 1970s, a lot of cities are now in an uncomfortable position where they're realizing that they're between 2 extremes of wanting to protect, but also realizing that they're under pressure to develop real estate, which may have previously been, or still is, industrial land. So what I'm hoping to do in this presentation is to give you an overview. It's going to be very, very quick because it's very common for people to think industry and production in cities is bad or it's very good, but we don't see the nuances. So I'm going to try and give you a bit of an overview of the nuances. I apologize, this is going to be a lot of information. But I'm going to stop at a couple of key points so to cover the main concepts. I'm going to need to share my screen if that's possible, so that I can share my presentation. Okay, still I'm able to. But in the meantime, what I'm going to be presenting is 2 projects which I've been working on for the in Europe, both for the European Commission, and they cover different dimensions of production and manufacturing. Is it possible to share my screen? Not yet. I'll need to have co-hosting rights, I believe. No, I still can't share my screen.
Adrian.
Yes.
Adrian. Try to start without presentation, and I hope that these co-hosting rights would be delegated to you right now.
Share my workspace. Okay. No, I need screen sharing rights. No, it still doesn't work. Anyway, in the meantime, just to see whether we are, there's a technical problem here. If you like it, you can. I can hold off and I can come back.
Adrian, try to speak without the presentation. Just can you convey the main outcomes of your research project?
Okay, I'll see what I can do. So basically, the main outcomes of the work are that production and manufacturing are very nuanced. As I said, a lot of people have lost a connection to production. In the past, before the 1970s, there was a lot of manufacturing and production which still occurred in cities. And so we were very much related to working and having a neighbour, which may have been a factory or a shoemaker, for instance, or a bakery. And nowadays, these kinds of activities have been moved further and further out of cities. In some cases, they're being moved to the larger metropolitan area. In other cases, they've been really pushed out of cities to smaller towns or offshore. And so we've lost our connection between what is being made and where it's being made and how it's being made. So on the other hand, you have cities which, as the industry is being moved out, are realizing they've got vacant space. And this is a bit of a problem because we don't know what to do with these spaces. Okay, I can present now. Bear with me, and let's see if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet.
Great. Not yet. Can you see my screen now?
No, we can see only you.
You can only see me. Okay.
I just think we cannot see your presentation today, so it will be a pleasure to hear you.
Not a problem. So, on the other hand, as I said, there's activities which are moving out of cities, and there's vacant spaces, and of course, the real estate margins have changed between in the past, where manufacturing production were a very important part of the economy, and now those kinds of activities are becoming a weak part of the economy. So, for instance, real estate associated with manufacturing production costs somewhere between a half and a quarter of what housing or office space is worth. So a lot of cities are thinking, well, it's not as valuable, so why will we retain manufacturing, which is essentially a weaker form of the economy? Can you now see in the presentation? Not yet. And so, and developers are often looking at industrial land because it's cheap, and if you can change the zoning of that industrial land, then you can make a lot of money very quickly. So this is a bit of a problem. Now, cities often need production and industry. They need production industry because that's where your food comes from. That's where you build your cities. That's where you repair your cities. So electricity, internet, repair of cars and other technology, all of that needs to happen, of course, very locally, and it's very hard to pull that away from cities. On the other hand, there are activities which the cities really, really need. Activities which really need the city, because cities are dense concentrations of people who are thinkers. You might have a lot of engineers, you might have the finance sector, you might have designers, and they're all located within cities. And that's essentially what creates a certain centrality around which things can be produced. As I said before, the production chain is something that we've forgotten about, and how different steps in the production process are very important. And in cities, in larger cities, often you have design and research and development, which is often very connected to the production process itself, but often that because of the difference between the production and the design and research and development, we're disentangling the production process, which means that the thinkers are very disconnected from the makers. From a real estate perspective, that doesn't make any sense. But in terms of a city being an organism, an ecosystem, it's actually very important, because the production related to R&D can be a very important base to the economy. Okay, I've finally got the presentation. I can see.
We can see it now. We can see it, but I suggest that you do not follow all your slides because we are running out of time.
We are running out of time. Okay, what I'm going to do is just present this slide, and I don't know if you can see this now because I've gone into full screen.
Видим частично.
We can see only part of it.
Yeah, okay, well, a lot of technical problems here, my apologies. But yeah, let me just sum up here so that we can move on to the discussion. Let's talk about the costs versus the benefits of industry and production in cities. The costs. You have noise and air pollution, which is related to some activities. And a lot of those kinds of activities have actually moved out of larger cities. The really smoky, noisy, incompatible activities, particularly in the last 30 years, have moved out of large cities. Incompatible with other land uses. That's something which is something which is very difficult to deal with. So, for instance, where you have trucks moving along residential streets, you have an incompatibility because people, like pedestrians, might be in danger. Pedestrians and cyclists, for instance, or even vehicles accessing into garages and things like that. There are some kinds of activities which don't necessarily go very well together, except if you, from an architectural perspective, there are ways to design compatibility between two very different uses, such as housing and industry. The costs could also include opportunities to densify using most affordable land. As I said before, industrial land is much cheaper than other kinds of commercial real estate, and therefore developers see it as being a very easy way to make a lot of money very quickly. So when you have a city which also may be short on social housing or public space or cultural spaces as well, then you have a bit of a challenge to justifying what do you prefer, the production or these other kinds of activities. Another point is that housing often wins more votes. It's just very easy to communicate to the voter that housing is you know, it's much easier to sell than jobs and production. Housing provides shorter-term returns, so that's from a political perspective is very attractive. Whereas manufacturing and production, it's a much longer-term story, and so it's much easier to close a factory and build housing, or build a park, or build office blocks than to essentially keep the production spaces. And in many cases, because cities have grown around factories and industrial land, then now these industrial activities are located in bad places, or places which are incompatible with the surroundings. On the other hand, let's look at the benefits. We have R&D and innovation, a very important foundation of the economy, and which many economies are dependent on. And I mentioned Moscow is very much in that bucket. Capacity to deal with shocks and change. And if we see what happened with the COVID experience, for instance, very simple example, a lot of people realized they didn't have enough face masks, and in many cases, we looked for local producers to produce these face masks. Capacity to manage resources locally, and this is talking about the circular economy story. If we can't deal with these resources locally, then that can be a big cost and a big problem. Jobs, because not everyone can work in offices or in shops, and a lot of people really need to work with their hands. So these kind of jobs are actually really important. We've got an aspect on ethics and quality standards, because if we're making things abroad, we don't see how things are being made. There's a point on the local economy, which relates to import replacement and the multiplier effect of making locally, which is an economic story. And very hard to convince a voter, but it's actually very, very important for local economies. You have the pride of the homegrown, and say in Brussels, up until almost 10 years ago, there was only one brewery, and now we have more than 20 breweries. And people like local beer, for instance. So the local homegrown is very important. And the final point is the culture and character of production, that actually making things is actually very interesting for cities. And so a lot of people are very attracted to areas where things are being made, you know, artisanal districts or food markets and things like that. So actually, in terms of providing diversity in cities, it actually offers something which is alternative for as a destination. I'm going to leave the presentation there, and I'm sorry that I've missed out on the bigger story. Just stop sharing my screen. I've produced a book within one of the projects which I was presenting, which is called Foundries of the Future, and that's available through citiesofmaking.com. Maybe we can share a link to that. And that covers the larger story about the complexities of production in cities. I'm going to leave you there, and I'm sorry that I've taken so long. Thank you.
Адриан, большое спасибо за то, что вот в рамках таких условий...
Thank you very much. It was difficult technically, but you still managed to get the idea across. I have a small question. Do you see that industries are really coming back to the cities? Especially if we're talking about the last 1.5 years, we see some problems with the supply chains, and it's now much more difficult to localize industries close to the end users.
Yeah, okay. There are two tendencies here which I think are important to consider. One is reshoring. At least in Europe, countries like France and Germany, there's a tendency that 1 in 4 businesses that have been offshored actually come back. And where do they come back? In some cases, they come back to larger cities if they're related to very high-tech activities. But in many cases, they go back. They come back, but they get connected to smaller cities. Why? Because smaller cities are often have a cheaper access to manual labor, more affordable lands, but then smaller cities are also very connected to larger cities. Is production coming back? It is coming back, but it's coming back differently. So we no longer have big production spaces. We no longer have factories connected to cities making cars, for instance, which is not what we had in the past. What we're having now is we're having production spaces which are very small, could be anything from 20 meters to say 500 square meters. And the problem there is that these kind of activities are very connected to services. And so it's very hard to distinguish between what is production and what is service. And so that's where it gets very confusing from a statistical perspective. So we don't actually know how businesses are working. And so the question of what is actually coming back is
Адриан, у нас лимит по времени, прошу прощения.
Fortunately, we are limited for time. Could you please come back to your conclusions?
Yes. So I'd say it is coming back, but in a very different way.
Спасибо, спасибо, Адриан.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving to other speakers of our discussion. I have a question to Tatiana Palidi. We do understand that if somebody in Russia knows about economic reasons for industries returning back to megapolises like Moscow or to smaller cities, this is the Institute of the Urban Economy. So the question to you, do you see some prerequisites for the return of innovative industries to Moscow and other cities? Anton, thank you very much for this great assessment of our institute. We do hold different research on the economy of our major Russian cities. And at the backdrop of the largest agglomerations in Russia, Moscow, and the Moscow agglomeration has the most advanced urban economy. And Sergei Semyonovich Sobyanin showed a similar graph today. Now I have a bit different graph, but it's not industry specific. But here I have groupings by Moscow economy sectors. from the angle of the innovation, ability and possibility to give some benefits to the economic growth. So we will see what's the place of manufacturing here. What's the difference of the industry in cities in Russia? I would say that this structure could be the benchmark for the structure for other Russian cities, with some restrictions, of course. In Moscow, there is no resource-specific economy. It's 0.10% approximately, but other sectors, sectors of the first tier, I'm talking about primary goods, that's about 30% for the Moscow economy. For other major agglomerations, this is less than 15%. Consumer sector, that's another important sector of the second tier, necessary for every economy, but right now I would say that it has a smaller potential for innovations. I'm talking about construction, trade, restaurants, hotels, manufacturing and services. But they are more of a routine format. So manufacturing is just 16% in this structure, while in other major cities, it's, I would say it's about 30 agglomerations with more than 300,000 citizens. Here, this sector, manufacturing, has more than processing industry has more than 30% in the economic structure, but it doesn't have good positions in the global market, and contraction of the sector in Moscow means that in the Moscow economy there was replacement by some other more competitive sectors. And we have not such a big share. Is it good or is it bad? This is an important question. And what should be the goal for us here? I would say, in my view, traditionally, processing industry, I mean cars, clothes, equipment production, which was very typical for us in the past. Here we can't compete really very well, and things which were invented before now, they are produced in other countries which have better competitive advantages for manufacturing. But there is protection policy, we've heard a lot about it. For Russian policy it's important, and possibly we'll see the return of most traditional manufacturing types, but we're not going to talk about it today. Also, please know the following. We are trying to move towards the innovative growth in the country, and in Moscow in particular. That's why manufacturing here, it's something in between the high-tech industry, which is also very important, scientific activity, IT, finance. That's what, for me, I call high-tech. That's the first tier in my classification. And between the other 30% of Moscow economy, the production of consumer goods and services. If we increase investments into the non-material assets for new technologies, there will be the shift in the production function, and we will have the need to start producing new types of cars, equipment, devices, new construction materials, everything what we call the manufacturing sector. And I can give you an example of in the construction, for example. Maybe it's more clear for the audience today. So for an example, if we start following along the global trend lines and we have new technologies and new materials in construction, if we start using artificial intelligence for managing the construction process, using the drones for delivering construction materials, increasing the share of prefabricated objects, for example, for high-rise buildings, or at least if we see the increase in the share of those objects which are produced outside of the construction site itself, and if we see the reduction of other works which are done on site, this can lead to the reduction of transport needs, this would be a good sign, of course. All these phenomena that I've mentioned, they will be like really major shifts in the production process. And as a result, we could see a significant drop in the demand, and we would see the increased demand for absolutely different types of technologies for construction. And I would say that it would be more efficient for us to produce them closer to the construction sites. And this means that these materials should be produced within major cities and agglomerations. Our previous speaker was talking about traditional production, which creates problems for the environment. They were pushed out of the major cities. But if we talk about high-tech sector, in this sector, the full agglomeration effect is still there. And if we achieve some good concentration of startup and innovation companies within the city, then it could give us a good effect. We would increase the chances of seeing the increase in of the innovative sector in our economy. And summing up, I'd like to show this slide. Moscow has very well concentration. So 60% inside the transport road of Moscow, this is a land, and 46% of the economy works on this territory, on this 6% of land within the circle. And this is a monocentric economy. But if we analyze internal situation, if we look at different municipalities within Moscow, within the center of Moscow, we will see that the contribution to the economy is completely different, and there is a potential for increase of the contribution, especially in increasing the share of small businesses contribution. According to our calculation, right now, small businesses, they don't operate in the center of Moscow. We have some official data received from tax offices. It's data on the tax payments in the center of Moscow. This data demonstrates that small businesses are located on the periphery, closer to the third transport road, outside of the city, and even more often outside of the third transport road. And in my view, we've seen the reduction in demand for office spaces as a result of pandemic, and I think this trend is here to stay with us. The center of Moscow is really very favorable for businesses and for residential buildings. That's why I think the city of Moscow should think additionally about developing technoparks in the center of Moscow. And the city of Moscow could use the strategy of more fair distribution of startup companies throughout the center of the city. It would be a good idea to make the center of Moscow more attractive for small businesses. I could dwell on this much longer. Maybe we'll talk about it during the discussion. We can spend 30 more seconds, and I would ask you a question. Do you understand correctly that since now we have only the industry, which is critically important for other industries of the economy, only such businesses are within the center, within Moscow? Or where is demand going to come from? From outside? Or how is it going to change? Which will be the phenomena which will lead to the changes? My answer, I'm an economist, I can't give you a very clear answer. Everything is complex here. The growth could be really spontaneous. So this can happen in any place. Potentially there should be a demand, like logically thinking. Okay, if there is a demand for drones, for construction materials, we will start producing drones, theoretically. But in reality, everything is much more complex. First of all, in reality, there is some innovation in the market, and people think that it's really cool and start using it everywhere. Another question, I'll give the floor to Tatiana Guk. So your institute works not only in Moscow, but in different regions, in Sakhalin, in the southern parts of Russia. But you still have some time to think about long-term projects, for example, foresight of Moscow. We have lots of people who do forecasts, but very often they are not professional urban planners. That's why it's very interesting for us to know about Foresight 2015. The main initiator and coordinator of this project was the Institute of the General Plan of Moscow, your institute. So it's interesting to know what is said in this plan about the future of industry in Moscow. 5 or 7 minutes, please. Anton, thank you very much for inviting me to participate. I agree, we had Foresight 2050 project with the support of the Moscow Committee of Architecture, and I'm thankful to all of our co-organizers. You also participated in this Foresight, and our colleagues from the Higher School of Economics were participating, as well as many other institutions which helped us to get the results that we have and that we are going to discuss. Very briefly about Foresight. The task was to have a peek into the future, but this future, I would say, it was different from some forecasts that we heard from some other specialists and from the Moscow mayor in today's presentation. The future of Moscow development is going to follow inertia trends, the trends which are there globally related to urbanization, strong agglomerations. They are going to be present in Moscow as well. And the main questions that we have, they were questions about the future of space and type of people living there and the type of technologies that will influence the people living in this space in the future. This is a very convoluted sentence, so I'm sorry about that. But we've seen a number of challenges, I would call them challenges. Right now, we have in Russia and in Europe the aging population, and this type of population is trying to be more active, healthier, more socially engaged in all the urban processes. And the space should meet the needs of such population. And we have very strong functions of social communities.
Speaking about technologies, that's the very question, and whether the demand for technologies is priority or the supply would develop the demand. Actually, the answer is 50-50. There are environmental technologies, highly efficient technologies, the demand for new transportation technologies. But what actually took off the ground over the last 2 years amid the pandemic, I think will still impact our life. That was our foresight in a nutshell. Let me proceed with the answer to your question. Well, Tatiana spoke about the economy and environment. Here I speak about Moscow, which actually built and developed around the industries in 1970s. These are the territories which created the so-called grey belt, simultaneous to where most of the industrial areas are located. I speak about the new territories, which now incorporated by the new Moscow, by the bigger Moscow. In total, they have about 80% of not developed territories, the so-called greenfield territories. As the city planners, urban planners, we understand that there is no way out but to revitalizing, gentrifying the industrial zones within Moscow, not only the industrial zones. This is the trend which is being set and which is going to get another impetus in Moscow. Also, the connectivity and efficiency of the territories in the city. This is the objective which we're going to put forward for ourselves in the upcoming several years, because the territories which we mentioned today were involved in the planning structure of the city, were involved in the social and economic areas of the life. But for quite a while, they were regarded as enclaves within the territories. Still, a lot has been done in Moscow. In the part of the development of the transportation infrastructure, this is what Mr. Sobyanin spoke about. This is about the Moscow Ring Road and MCK and other roads, and the development of the diameters, something which connects the radial highways. It makes this territory more promising, because here we see the top priority development of the territory, or most advanced development of the territory. It would benefit not only the city, but it would benefit the mega city and the territory beyond. What new jobs have to be created on those territories, and whether we have to build only industrial and manufacturing facilities there. How strange it may sound, but actually this is not the question what residential housing has to be built there. It should be a question about what kind of residential housing to be built there. High-tech and science-intensive industrial parks are to be located there, with very much developed financial and economic spheres, with high consumer features. And it means that the residential houses should be of very high quality. And these could be the rented ones, the rented houses. Once the state supports the developers who believe that it is economically feasible to build the houses for rent, we can reach certain consensus, providing necessary accommodation for the high-tech specialists, and it would give another impetus for the development of these territories. Transport, social sphere, and other spheres are clearly very important, and the city until 2050 would be the territory which would offer cultural and social programs for offline communication. This is how I would put it. And the high-quality communication would be possible only within cities. Therefore, the revitalized territories should offer the multifunctionality. We have to use this land more efficiently. Further on, we're going to speak about better density. And let me conclude saying two words, just a couple of words. Something which is very important, which Tatiana has already mentioned. We realize that we have to do something about the outdated, dilapidated houses. First of all, this is about the recycling of wastes and building of new, demolition of the old buildings, drones, which is being used for transportation, and recycling of wastes. This would help us to invest into the new industries, into the new production. I have more slides, but probably we'll cover them within the framework of the free flow discussion. Do I understand it correctly that the future belongs to the polyfunctional districts, where environmentally friendly and territorially efficient and robotized industries, something which would be integrated with the residential functions and cultural functions with no visual divides. Am I right? Yes, you're right, but at the same time, there can be some clusters. There is such a trend about Moskva, Alabushevo technopolises. These territories, enclaves, are being built in Moscow, and this is not a contradiction. These are two simultaneous trends. Gleb, over to you. You represent the High School of Education. You have lots of international projects. What takeaways from international experience you can share with us? You're working not only in Moscow, but in other regions of Russia. What is applicable to Russia and what is applicable to Moscow in particular? Thank you so much, Anton. Thank you for your brilliant presentations, and I will react to every presentation because we have a lot to share. It was a privilege for us to be a part of the team which prepared Foresight Moscow 2050. It was another opportunity for our professors, of our faculty members, to generalize, to aggregate the international experience. Let me confirm what Anton has just said. The modern manufacturing is of a totally different scale, different territories, different requirements in terms of environment, and different automation. Therefore, there is lots of European examples and cases quite well known. Sometimes they may be provocative. For instance, in Spitlau incinerator located in the downtown of Vienna, and recreational territories located on the roof of high-risers in Copenhagen. It is being used for offices, for storage, for production. At the same time, this is a type of the production and manufacturing which would be typical for everyone. But let me deep dive into some nuances related to the development of industry, and which would be crucial for Russia and for Europe, for the rest of the world. Very often we hear that one of the types of production can actually be spawned by campuses, by universities, by academia. And really, the new type of manufacturing is very sensitive to new technologies, basics of entrepreneurship, design and manufacturing. So the proximity of employers and R&D are crucial for that. Really, big cities have lots of big academia, big universities, and it would be quite reasonable to suggest that there will be lots of startups. But apart from regulatory impediments and cultural barriers, this is not true. The employers and the startups have to communicate, have to agree on how the projects of new types can be launched, how new products can be created and offered, how to make them more competitive. I think that we can focus on a Finnish example, Finnish case of Lahti, little university with a body of students of about 8,500, and the city is very small, is small compared to Moscow. It is unique in the sense that this is a university which was initiated and created on the basis of an outdated, obsolete furniture manufacturer, and this manufacturer was interested in renewing and upgrading their workforce, retaining the residents of that city, and therefore they initiated the search for new teachers and professors, so that altogether with the manufacturers they can act as tutors and offer apprenticeship for the students. And really, this university has become a center of gravity for the city. Let me get back to the trends. I understand that the manufacturing industry looks different from what it used to be. The supply chains, the value chains become longer. They're accompanied by other activities. To some extent, manufacturing has never left the cities. Manufacturing is just taking new shape. And some cities are specializing. I'm not sure where the multi-million strong population of Moscow can see some changes. Guangzhou, for instance, now specializing in assembling lots of products. In Moscow, the specialization may be different. But I think that specialization trend may be even more typical for the cities which are not so big as Moscow, and which can choose some specialization. And another trend which I can highlight. First of all, This is about the focus on innovations. Another good example of that would be Danish city of Kalundborg. That's one of the recent examples of symbiosis of different companies. That due to mutual investments have created a single chain which are using the energy, the synergy, the water and the product. So this is a closed circuit chain, so to say. It has taken a shape and now acts as a very good example as how you may bring lots of manufacturers within one contour, and this synergy may help them to bring down the costs and improve the healthcare for the local residents and improve the image. So this is about the social mission, which is clearly important for the modern manufacturing, which is located in the downtown of the city. New format of the manufacturing light industrial format. Adrian started speaking about that, and I would like to complement to that. This is about small areas, territories, just up to 1,000 square meters, different manufacturers and production sites. Customized production, which is closer to the sales market, which doesn't require setting up certain environmental restrictions or sanitation zones, which can be integrated into the residential areas. In Moscow, we see a shortage of such sites. I see your sign. I'm going to conclude my remarks. There is a shortage of such sites because there are traditional manufacturing zones, and it is not very attractive to locate smaller production sites there. Therefore, I think that setting up such production sites would be very attractive for Moscow. Let me highlight one key problem for Russia. In order to make sure that any manufacturing in cities goes up, we have to use land more efficiently. And this is topical for the entrepreneurs and for municipal authorities to communicate to each other and to set up a framework to manage these assets. Only in that case we can achieve a synergy for the comprehensive transformation of the infrastructure. Thank you so much for your incentivizing speech, motivational, inspirational speech. But what can you suggest not only to Moscow but for Russia? When the big enterprises, which are more demanding in terms of the workforce, they probably can actually go into small and medium-sized cities, so that big cities have only the light industrial, or there is the other way around. Well, I said that there are different scenarios. There is no one-size-fits-all. We have different cities, and we inherit the old-style production sites, which are not very efficient. Therefore, I think that light industrial would be very efficient for the old territories with the dense location of the production sites. But at the same time, we need new directions, new ideas, new projects. I said that this question caused some interest. We have only 2 minutes left. What future do you see for the mega cities of Russia with the population over several millions, when, for instance, big smelters were redeveloped and were just made into some commercial assets or residential houses? Well, actually, in Russia, there is no trend that big industries would leave the cities. Over the last 20 years, I would say that major enterprises are still located in the megacities, and Dmitriev made a research on that. So right now, what our foreign speakers are telling us is not very relevant for Russia. Still, big business is close to big cities. Well, I would say that the cities with a population over 300,000 people have about 30 to 40% of the manufacturing industry in the economy. Redevelopment is very typical for all the territories. This is not a silver bullet or a magic wand. Improving the quality of urban environment is related to redevelopment, and only economically successful cities can afford that with a high level of well-being and high economic growth. Redevelopment probably is desirable for all the cities, but this is not a question of the upcoming 30 to 50 years. But from Moscow, that's very much possible. Okay, redevelopment is only for the rich. Tatiana, redevelopment in the cities where you are developing master plans. Actually, once these cities are short of economic might, what can they do? We had several demands, several orders to make redevelopment. And I would disagree with Tatiana that this is not a very active process. If the owner is solvent, is strong, then he or she would be eager to do the redevelopment, to locate the residential houses and retain necessary production infrastructure. But as a rule, still the production would not be retained or kept in the previous scope, in the previous scale, but rather a comprehensive, a multifaceted, so to say, project would be offered when only 30–40% of the industrial function would be retained. And the colleagues are right in saying that in the short term, the residential building is mushrooming everywhere, just as Adrian said. This is actually bring lots of financial benefits, both in Moscow and in Europe. Well, no one could blame us of wearing rosy glasses. The quality of redevelopment and redevelopment shifting to total revitalizing of the industry can be done only with the support of the state. The private business alone cannot accelerate these processes. And let me share 4 final bullet points. It's very important to note that in big megacities such as Moscow, the enterprises have adapted for the new realities, for the new context, in the sense that the land is very expensive, therefore the territory is located very densely. The customers are the local businesses, and it means that the conditions in terms are changing very often, and it means that the manufacturers have to be very flexible in terms of what they produce. The enterprises which underwent certain cycle and adapted for the new realities probably can act as the innovative leaders which would change the manufacturing in Russia and would bring that to a high level. Second thing, this is another opportunity, another chance for the smaller cities. This is what Adrian said. Many enterprises, especially SMEs, are ready to get back to their home countries within the framework of input substitution. You may save up on resources being hooked up to the power grids, and this is a chance for smaller cities in order to attract high-quality business and modern cities.
And Gleb mentioned a very important thing about campuses. He said that education is very much linked to the industry now, and I think that light industrial, that's something that's going to work for mixed-use purposes. There will be no so harsh borders between communal services, housing, business functions, and so on. All of these functions could be combined within one building. So, for example, every space dedicated, every floor dedicated to a new function. Thank you very much for everyone for staying with us during this hour, despite of all the technological glitches that we have had. Possibly we didn't answer all the questions, but I think that now you understand that industry has some future in major cities, but what kind of future it's going to be, we will see in the coming years, because we've seen in the past 1.5 years that changes could happen much faster than we expect. Thank you very much.
День, дорогие друзья. Дорогие друзья, добрый день.
Dear friends, I welcome you all. Can you hear me? 121, 122.
7, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136. 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129. Слушай.
Три, четыре. Пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Строительство, защита от природных явлений. Здесь все продумано до мелочей. Сегодня москвичи хотят жить лучше, чем вчера, а завтра лучше, чем сегодня. И это желание обосновано временем. Век высоких технологий формирует новые требования к условиям жизни. Благодаря современным материалам, прописанным в регламентах застройки, условия жизни в новых домах, кварталах отвечают новому времени. Будущее создается людьми. Только они решают, как и где будет жить следующее поколение. Москва не раз меняла свой облик, следуя за человеком, за прогрессом, но всегда оставалась верной своей главной задаче – сделать жизнь горожан лучше, комфортнее и счастливее.
второй кликер у Андрея Александровича. Он будет переключать презентацию Сергея Ивановича. Маш, давай начинать, время уже. Все, А этот для... Я сейчас подойду. Маш,
нет, его вынесет волонтер. Он будет...
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Dear friends, good day. Dear colleagues, dear experts. My name is Lyovkin Sergey. I am the head of the Moscow Department for Urban Planning Policy of Moscow, but I'm not going to be in this capacity right now, and I will act as a moderator of the session. This event is dedicated to the big renovation program of Moscow. And in the very beginning of the discussion, I'd like to give the floor to the first Deputy Minister of Construction, House and Utilities of the Russian Federation, Alexander Lomakin. You have the floor. Sergey, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you all. I'd like to say thank Sergey and your colleagues. That's really a challenging time. Unfortunately, the coronavirus is still among us, but you managed to organize such a massive and important event, and you've managed to organize it offline. It's possible to be here in person. We are going to talk about really very relevant programs. It's good that we can talk about them in person. I'm welcoming everyone, and I'd like to say that as of now, one of the main goals of the Russian development is providing affordable, and it's very important, affordable and high-quality housing. Tasks are rather challenging. We need to build 1 billion square meters until the year 2030, and it means that we have to build 120 square meters per year in Russia in total. And we need to provide 5 million families with housing of the improved quality annually. And the renovation program is actually one of the main drivers or one of the best examples for many of the regions to achieve this goal. Right now, we have good experience of the renovation program in Moscow, and on the federal level in December 2020 we've adopted the law on the comprehensive territory development, and all the regions will be able to develop housing construction and the construction of social facilities, develop infrastructure and engineering systems, because it's important not only achieve some indicators in square meters, but we need to improve the quality of living for people. Of course, there are different economic aspects in different regions. There are different levels of the economic affluence, but I also need to say that the government of Russia has developed a whole complex of measures of economical support, the so-called infrastructural menu, and this menu includes infrastructure loans, it includes infrastructure bonds, and the funds from the welfare fund of Russia, and all these tools are available to people. There are some additional tools as well, but these three ones which I've mentioned are the main ones. The regions will be able to get money. They are loans, yes, you'll have to repay these loans, but conditions are rather good, rather affordable, and it's possible to use this money for building infrastructure, social and transport infrastructure, and this will be additional impetus for building houses, commercial housing as well. Another thing I wanted to mention, we think about increasing the amount of housing for rent to be built, because we shouldn't always talk about building houses for selling to citizens. And if it's houses for rent, it's a good opportunity for increasing the volume of housing being built in total. These are the main factors. I don't want to spend too much time with my presentation, and I'd like to thank you for giving me the floor. Alexander, thank you very much. And now we have a small video about the renovation program. City changing its face. 1st of July 2017, the loan renovation. The program covers more than 5,000 houses in Moscow. Implementation until 2032. 513 construction sites in operation. It's planned to build 291 houses, or about 5 million square meters of new housing. 118 facilities commissioned. 107 houses have been demolished, and people got new houses, new apartments. New standards of living, improved furnishing, high-quality materials, good integration with the urban environment, affordable social infrastructure. Well thought through greenery strategy. Lots of prospects. The overall plan is to build 5 million square meters of new housing. Lots of focus on infrastructure and services. Moscow renovation. The city is getting the new face. And now I'd like to represent all the participants of the discussion. I start with colleagues who are going to participate in the online format. Elizabeth Merck, she is the head of the Department of Urban Planning and Building Regulation, Munich, Germany. Simona Calarini, Director of the General Urban Planning Department, City of Milan, Italy. Enrique Peñalosa, a famous urbanist, our friend, I don't like the word former. I would like to say in the past he was the mayor of Bogota, the capital of Colombia. Yelena Nikolaeva, deputy of the State Duma. But unfortunately, but I don't want to stop here because she's actually responsible for many different projects. I don't have time to mention all of them. Grigory Vaulin, CEO of the Ferrostroy Group. We will learn more about him and his projects later on. Alex Shapiro, founder of Wow House Bureau. It's good to translate Wow House. How can I translate that? It's difficult to translate. And we have first row speakers. They are on the right from me. Dmitry Kovanev, deputy head of the Moscow City Construction Department. Anatoly Konstantinov, CEO of the Moscow Foundation for the Renovation of the Residential Housing. He has all the money, all the people, all the knowledge about the renovation, all the contracts. We really respect him very much in our discussion. Ilya Kievsky, CEO of Razvitya Goroda company. Without science, without academic support, we can't go into such projects, and his company does a lot for ensuring the scientific support. And now we start a discussion. We want it to be interactive. I don't want it to be the set of presentations. And I'll say you a couple of words. We have 1 hour for the discussion in total. And we've actually spent 15 minutes out of these 60 minutes. Everyone has just 5 minutes for your remarks, maybe less, because we have a very long program of the forum, and there will be the next session after ours. Presentation on screen, please. It's longer than 5 minutes, my presentation, I mean, but I will try to go through it very briefly, and I'm not going to read the text on the slide. It's the 4th year since the beginning of the program. It was adopted officially by the law, approved by the mayor of Moscow, and it's interesting to see what's been done. This program is really unique in many regards. And usually the main thing is the following. When we were thinking about beginning it, we focused on the Muscovite, focused on the citizen of the city. And I'm not talking about only those people who are moving from older houses to new houses under this program, but also about the people who lived close to the cities, in other cities. And we've had a long discussion about that. There were some challenges. And another task of this program was not just move people from older houses, demolish the houses and build new ones, but it was important for us to create a completely different space, realm, which would be human-centered, with all the necessary functions and services, transport services, educational services, cultural functions, access to all the facilities of the city, good environment, and so on and so forth. So we've looked at the experience from different cities. We've looked at the experience of projects which were implemented. We took only the best examples and decided to go even further because the program is really absolutely unique. Some people say that there were similar projects in other cities, but I still would like to highlight it's absolutely unique. Yes, because there are similar programs by the number of square meters built, but our program is financed by the city budget, exclusively city budget. There are no investor funds at all. And another idea, another main message, we've created some unprecedented conditions for those citizens who participated. They had to vote 3 times through different resources for their house to be included in the program. It's 5,175 houses which were approved. This is really a lot of voting. So that's 1 million of people who live there. But there is also 1 million or 1.5 million of people who live nearby. Those who are relatives, they are connected to the citizens. They also have their own reactions about this program. It's 15 or 20% of all the citizens of Moscow. All of them were engaged. So by this percentage point of the total population, we are really unique with this program. We live in a fast-changing world, and demands of urban dwellers are changing together with the world. It's not easy to build new houses in a highly populated and really very densely built spaces. We do not have free spaces to build new houses and move all the people overnight. The program will last for 15 years. After we've developed all the plans, we divided the construction into many stages. We have 3 5-year periods, and there were some public presentation of this program. 3 departments were engaged in this process, and now we know all the dates, all the deadlines. Of course, everyone wants to move as fast as possible, but unfortunately that's not going to be possible. We decided that the first stage it's the year 2024, second stage is 2028, and 2033, 2032, that's the third stage for moving people to new housing. We have all the necessary urban planning documentation, and the process of preparing this documentation was unique as well. We have not just the list of apartments and houses. We have the list of all the citizens. We know information about their bank accounts. We get information about the area of his flat. As of now, we know the number of bedrooms in each apartment. We know how many people live in each flat. Those who are in the queue, in the line for getting the municipal housing from the state. We know the number of dwellers of each houses, and here I'm talking about people with disabilities. And if there are people with disabilities moving to new housing, we are building facilities to make their life better. And we can show you all the proofs about that. According to the decision of the mayor, now we have rather high quality standards for the new houses to be built. I mean, the quality of the materials used inside the flats. So, for example, there was also a decision that trees in the backyards are going to be older than 5 years old. They're going to be big houses. Of course, you can build you can plant new trees, but if it's 5-year-old tree, this will look absolutely different. It will feel better, feel more comfortable, and in 5 years of time, this backyard will look very livable. As for materials used inside, we use laminated flooring of the 31st class. This is really the best quality if you know about renovations, refurbishings. You know that this is really a very high quality materials. And we have similar standards for different types of materials. And they are used when we plan new houses and when we build new houses within the program. We had lots of doubts. We heard lots of doubts from those who were voting for moving. There were lots of questions from experts while the program was still being put together. Some people were saying, oh, don't believe the government, you're going to be moved outside of the Moscow Circle Road. People didn't believe in some cases that they will get better conditions. But right now, I know that all these statements have no basis, and everyone now believes that the program is a decent one and all the promises will be met. There are just two issues which are still open, and possibly we won't even close them in the nearest future. Those who decided not to participate in the program, when they voted against originally, now they want to be the part of the program. They write letters to the president, to the deputy chair of the government, but unfortunately, on the 1st of July 2017, it's not possible to vote anymore to be included. If you were included, it's not possible now to change something. More specifically, there will be the second stage of decisions to be taken, and there will be maybe the new renovation program, the second stage one. The second open issue, which is still not solved. The price of new apartments is much higher than the price for apartments which we had before. Now the environment is completely different, and we have lots of people who want to pay additionally and get bigger flats within the program, or they want to even buy separate flats in the same houses of the area of up to 100 meters. But now we're solving different issues. Now our main goal is to give people flats of the same flooring, and this is our main priority for now. Maybe later on we'll have a possibility to give people who want to pay additionally bigger flats. All our plans are being implemented right now. As for the year 2020, we have a goal set by the mayor to start moving people. More than 30,000 people will be moved this year. We are commissioning more than 1,500 flats. We are within the schedule. And I think that our colleagues will tell you more, but we'll try to move ahead of the schedule, because lots of people want to move as soon as possible. They are asking us to speed up the process. And we do everything we can, because we want people to get new, very comfortable housing as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
We start our discussion. I hope that our colleagues who I did not see on the screen got connected. Please advise me. Can you hear us? Elizabeth, are you with us? Okay. Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Saying that, I would like to pass the floor over to you. The demographics in Munich, according to your focus, by 2030, the population will grow to 1.8 million people, and it means there is more demand for housing. And the city cannot meet that demand at the moment, so probably you can correct me if I'm right or wrong. Munich finds itself in a position when there is a shortage of land. Tell us, please, how do you cope with this objective in terms of providing necessary housing for your residents, making housing affordable?
Shall I? Yes. Thank you. Hello to everybody. We presented recently a new master plan for the urban development and for renovation in Munich. Maybe I can have my first slide. And it's not only about housing and affordable housing and programs like social policies for affordable housing, but it's also a vision of a greener city of tomorrow, as you told before. I don't know now if anybody can see my slides. Okay. And we think that it should be a city of cooperation regarding the spatial transformation, also on a regional level, because we never will have all enough place in our city. by our own. And second, a city of multifunctional use, mixed neighborhoods, and a city of participation regarding society. So bringing in new population by increasing and growth, but also taking care of the social structure which is already there. Munich is a city where social justice and solidarity plays an important role, and we agree to the new Leipzig Charter, which emphasizes the value of common good in our cities as climate change, affordable housing, green infrastructure, and new forms of mobility, and this linked even every day more to a digital transformation as well. Please, the next slide. You see a little bit our city pattern. It was the one before, and we need new impulses in our existing city to present from gentrification. Maybe we can have the map before. And you will see that we have an ongoing program for urban redevelopment areas. And one important key issue is the requalification and redensification of our urban quarters. And this is a place for neighborhood, for social and cultural interaction and integration. And on this slide, you see the money for the building construction in Germany, and the little part which is due only to renovation. And you see with 6.7 million euros, it's absolutely not enough. And the city of Munich by its own gives 1.5 billion in a time slot of 5 years to do housing programs, mixed housing programs, and to support cooperative housing. I like to emphasize the model of building cooperatives because they bring an integrated approach into our quarters. They are very important. And we have a policy called social equitable land use, which makes sure that investments benefits for all. And this, I think, is very, very important regarding not only the housing by its own, but also the public space. Maybe next slide. We are transforming also public spaces. We put some soccer areas on the top of our houses when we renovate them, so we can redensify our areas and give new public space and a new potential for climate change and mobility, and in the end to enrich the quality of life in the neighborhoods. Of course, there are also conflicts. Redensification of existing areas is not only welcome. Sometimes there are conflicts because we put in, let's say, 500, 1,000, 5,000 new apartments, and we have also to deal with the wider neighborhood, let's say, and this is mostly an argument of social infrastructure we have to build as well, and the mobility. Munich is a car city, even if we have a very good public transport system, but the movements from the region into the city and from the city out into the region, it's a number about 500 million cars a day. And this is really a big challenge also for the argument of renovation. Then next slide, I think the new European Bauhaus initiatives and the EU foundings for the renovation waves can bring together technical standards and cultural heritage in the process of transformation. For me, it's very important that we do this climate change and transformation of the city, not only on a technical and functional point of view, but also on a point of view regarding cultural identity and social values. And looking forward to a sustainable CO2 neutral city, we need to focus on our existing urban infrastructure and the building stock, as well as we need a new understanding for building materials and constructions. We experimented in the past with timber constructions and we succeeded quite well. We must invent new technologies to recycle concrete buildings when we transform the big conversion areas. And beside the challenge of climate change, I think we have a real opportunity to reinvent our cities, to improve our life quality, and to create a new identity together towards participation and cooperation of society. I think I stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Merck. And saying that, I would like to pass the floor to Enrique Penelosi. Enrique, your city management experience and its development is unique. You could see how the changes which you introduced brought in effect of a miracle and set the bar of a human-centric approach for many cities in the world. This is not your first time in Moscow, so could you share your experience about what changes in Moscow you can note?
Thank you, Sergey. A brief comments about the renovation. First, cities are redeveloped or they grow for many reasons. One is because households become smaller, for example, and then more housing is needed, even if the population doesn't grow. Second, happily societies become wealthier. And of course, better cities can be built once societies are wealthier. So the cities are going to be rebuilt. They are not going to last 5,000 years the same, without change. So the question is not whether cities are rebuilt. That's not the question. The question is when are they rebuilt, how are they rebuilt, and where they are rebuilt. And they are rebuilt, the objectives are, for one, to make better housing, because if a society is wealthier, it can make better housing than the housing that was built 50 years before. And happily, again, as I say, societies get wealthier, not poorer. And second, they are also rebuilt to create more and better public pedestrian space. Now, one thing that is normal is that people resist change. Is always people will resist change, and sometimes for political motives, and sometimes it's normal simply that people resist change. However, democracy states very clearly, one of the basic principles of democracy is that public good prevails over private interest. And so sometimes it's necessary to demolish, to forcefully buy the houses of some people, and it's always done everywhere, in the United States, in Colombia, everywhere. This is something normal that is done all the time, to forcefully buy properties using what is called sometimes eminent domain or expropriation or whatever. Now, normally when the properties are forcefully bought to make roads or other infrastructure such as airports or ports, people accept it. They think it's normal, part of progress. But when housing is bought to make renovation, this generates more discussion and more, I don't exactly know why, because actually this is to make the lives of people better, not the way cars work better. But this is the way it is. Now, I'd like to say one comment. One issue in the United States where many dozens of millions of homes have to be built over the next decades, there is a huge problem because there is not enough renovation, so many lower income people are pushed to live farther and farther away where they have to drive longer distances, get into worse traffic jams. This is very bad for the low-income people, it's very bad for the environment, it's very bad for traffic, it's very bad for everybody. So I don't think this is the way, and they have clear that this is wrong, that this is not desirable, but this is happening, and they have no real effective way to avoid it. So I think it's much better to do, as Moscow has been doing, to rebuild the city inside the city, as close to the center in the places where you have mass transit and such things. Now, as I said, cities are always rebuilt. So, another question that is about how this rebuilding is done is, one is whether it's done building by building, as it was done in Bogota, in large areas, building by building. Homes were demolished to make a bigger building, a newer building. But then there was no improvement in the city, because there is no more public pedestrian space, no more roads, not even the pipes were made bigger. So this is not a good thing for the city, because this is how, I would say, a selfish way of doing house by house. So the question is whether you do it house by house or in a large area, where you redo a whole large area. And I think everywhere in the world, everybody agrees that it's much better to do this redevelopment in a large area and not just building by building. And of course, this is more difficult politically, because then it becomes a political issue, and some people will complain, or others will just make a good opportunity to do politics, whatever. Now, I will just finish with the following comment. I think I would propose that the most important measure of success of building, and of course of urban renewal, is what happens when the building reaches the ground. What happens when the building reaches the ground? When a new building is made or a new development is made, does it become more attractive to be in the public space in front of it? Does it become more pleasant to talk there? Does it become more pleasant to walk by there? Does it become more pleasant to play there? Does it become more pleasant to kiss there? I mean, does it become? So that's the measure. That's the measure. So the measure of success of the new redevelopment I would propose is how is the quality of the public pedestrian spaces which are being created in the new redevelopment projects. And how do you measure this? The measure of this is not something that some expert is going to come and give the approval or not, or is not where it gets architectural prizes, is how much people does it attract. The measure of a good park or a good public space is how much people does it attract, how much do people want to be there and stay there. And so this is what I would propose. So for that, we need to have very good integration between the buildings and the public space. We need to have shops in the first floor, cafes. We need to have windows, not just blind walls, things like this. So what I think is that Moscow's project, to end with this last comment, is very valiant, very brave. I know how difficult this is politically. It's very difficult. But if it is well done, it's really a very important thing for a happier life for everybody in the future. Now, I know this will be difficult politically, but I repeat once again, the city will be rebuilt in any case. That's not the question. The question again is when is rebuilt, how is rebuilt, and where is rebuilt. And I believe the philosophy of what Moscow is doing, for what I know, I'm not an expert in this, is first, it's very good because it's being rebuilt in the right places, closer to the center, close to job areas, close to public transport. And second, that an important part of the project is to create more and better public pedestrian space, more parks. So as I have suffered trying to do this kind of thing, not in such a large scale, never, My respects and my congratulations, and of course, the real measure of success will be how much people do enjoy to be in those public spaces and what the value of the new apartments is through time. How does it evolve?
Thank you so much, Enrique. Once again, let me stress that we very much appreciate your comments, especially for me as the head of the Moscow Department of Urban Planning Policy. And saying that, I would like to pass the floor to Simona Galavini. Compared to many other megacities, Milano has a small population, only 1.3 million people living in your city, but along with that, the city remains comfortable and convenient for living. You have the so-called metropole area, Milanese metropole with more populations, bigger Milano. Can you tell us about your problems, about your success? What is your take on our program? What is your comment about Moscow? We very much appreciate that.
Well, good morning to everybody. Thank you for your invitation. Yes, really, in comparison with the other global megacities, we are a very, very small conglomeration. Milan has currently about 1.4 million inhabitants, and the entire metropolitan area is a few more than 3 million people, as you said. But despite this, we have a high capacity to attract investment and from the world. Well, sincerely, I don't know exactly why, but I think that our strength is right in our not too big dimension, that this enables us to maintain human scale, capacity to check and manage the urban transformations through a unitary vision, and of course capacity to link innovation with existing urban texture. That is very important for us. 1 year ago, we had published our general urban plan, Milan 2030, as you see in the slide. This plan offers us a new vision for the future. It is based on the reduction of economic and social imbalances, to development of all districts according to an integrated strategy, the combined growth, the improvement of environmental conditions, and the quality of life its citizens and users. More social, more affordable housing, more green areas, more agricultural zones, more services, more public services. This is our targets. And we would to reach them through a balanced relationship with the private owner and without soil consumption. I think that a good example that could demonstrate our approach could be our recent experience. The next slide, please. Thank you. With Reinventing Cities competition. This is held with C40 organization And sincerely, I feel that I invited you to replicate that. In this bid, we have identified more than 500,000 square meters of abandoned areas of underutilized sites to redevelop with decarbonization goals and innovative solutions for climate and social and affordable housing. And the slide could show you more projects, some projects about the result and the exits of this competition. Yeah, I think that, of course, we have a long way to go, especially in this post-pandemic period. It's very, very difficult. But I think also that the contemporary challenges for our cities required us to undermine the cause of the social and economic imbalances between our territories. I'm sure, as I said Peñalosa before me, that the only key possible is to put people in the center of the future, working, taking into account the human needs, our neighbors, our citizens, and of course, the beauty of social life. Well, I can stop here, and the slide can show us some example of the project of the Reinventing Cities. Thank you for your attention.
Зная немножко миланцев, у меня друзья живут в Милане, архитектор, большая семья.
He's an architect living in Milan, and I'm absolutely sure that your project is going to have success. You are very creative. You are very persistent. All of you in Milan are like that, and I'm absolutely sure you'll achieve success. And now I'll give the floor to Elena Nikolaeva. Just a couple of words. She is in the midst of all this work. She's working for Kuzminki region, actually the southeast of Moscow has the biggest number of renovated houses, and Kuzminki is the center of the southeast of Moscow. During the Soviet time, during the era of Khrushchev, when people were moved from dugouts to new houses, and this territory back then had lots of jobs, and there were lots of industrial construction going on, and there are houses of the first industrial stage. There are lots of houses like that. There is very high density of population, and that's why there is a big problem with working with this territory. So tell us what's happening back there in Kuzminki. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. 68% of houses in Kuzminki will be renovated. And during the voting and right now, we've actually spoke with people from all the micro districts. I speak with you, I speak with the Renovation Fund a lot, I participate in different councils, and what I can share with you, that's results of dialogues with citizens. So I was there on site. I know they had lots of myths, and they had to be dragged into very difficult discussions, which were possibly not very clear to them, but there's been several years already of this program, and we have less political questions. we have less controversial issue. Now citizens ask very practical questions which are very relevant to their day-to-day life. And Moscovites not only understand how the renovation works now, but we also see the transformation of their thinking. The renovation of the housing stock, that's the challenge for all the cities, but we also have additional problem here. Until the 90s, all the houses were owned by the state or municipalities. We had the process of privatization, and only now people start being transformed into responsible house owners. We had to solve the problem of the obsolescence of the housing stock. Very recently we introduced the law on the major repairs of houses. Before that we didn't have such a law. We had no experience about major repairs. There was a decision taken on the basis of the federal law and the Moscow laws on the large-scale renovation of Moscow in 2017. There were lots of discussion. I participated in discussions at the State Duma. There were discussions at different forums. But now this program really has lots of practical details, and those who work within this program, they are great experts, and they know experts to the very minute questions. We should understand that right now we moved already about 30,000 people in Moscow. Just to understand, for you to understand the scope of this project, 90 projects, urban planning projects, had to be done in a very short period of time. They should have undergo the public hearings. There were some comments from citizens. Yes, sometimes it was necessary to demolish the little plaza between the houses, and citizens were against it. There were some main roads supposed to be put near engineering facilities, and there were changes made according to the discussions. Moscow started asking new type of questions. How are the houses going to look like? Maybe they look all the same, too typical, like in the Soviet era. And the correct decision was taken. There was a very important international urban planning competition. The name of this competition was The Face of Renovation. I participated in the process, and there were lots of international teams who participated, and they provided us with some really enticing solutions for every district, for every neighborhood. There were 105 applications, and 49 teams got accepted for the competition. And there were several winners, and among them there were Russian and foreign architectural bureaus from 17 countries. And right now their proposals will be implemented at 52 renovation sites. Every district will have its own face. They all will have a certain flavor. They will not be typical and identical. The city will look differently. This will be the new face of the city. And I have a short question to actually all of us. Some of the houses will have the new face, but what's going to happen with those houses which are waiting for the major repairs? How will they look like? They will look still really very outdated. What do we need to do to make sure that everything look consistent? Maybe these two programs, major repairs and renovation, go in parallel, and we should do something to make sure that the overall face of the city is homogeneous. Because we faced this big problem in Lublino already and in Kuzminki, and there should be some solution to it. I have several proposals. We don't pay a lot of attention to energy efficiency. We think about energy efficiency as the basis, but right now it's important for us to set the bar higher, because we need to remember about new standards. People should understand that they don't pay higher utility prices moving to new houses. They want to have better conditions money-wise as well. Renovation is not discriminatory. It doesn't matter how much you earn. If you are poor, you're not supposed to move further away from the center, but we need to take into account income into the account and the maintenance of houses. That's really a significant part of the budget of our citizens. When we're talking about renovation, we are not talking just about houses, the housing stock as such. We are talking about the new living environment, and I have several numbers here for you. 88% of projects have 425 social infrastructure objects, 125 kindergartens, 89 schools, several complexes combining kindergartens and schools, 64 PE complexes, and some additional entertainment and extracurricular activities complexes. We have also 144 kilometers of backyard paths for pedestrians. This is really a universal, comprehensive approach to the environment, and I do hope Muscovites will see the value in what we are doing. What are we going to do about the loyalty program for those houses who didn't vote for renovation, but those which are close to the houses to be renovated? Maybe they are going to get the better major repairs, maybe they'll get some additional benefits, and we need to think about stimulus for other houses to have a more favorable look on the renovation program. It's important that we teach Muscovites how to manage their houses, how to be responsible citizens. And it's a good idea to use this new management system for high-rise buildings. We need to educate people. They used to live in the smaller houses, they knew all their neighbors, but what shall you do if you want to have a general meeting in a bigger house where there are lots of apartments? This is actually another important goal which we could have. There is already an awareness-raising program, but I think we should talk more to the citizens, and this will make them more loyal, and they will be more helpful for our efforts in the renovation program. I'd like to thank everyone, Alexander and Sergey. You also personally do a lot for the renovation program. We've been a lot on the roofs in Kuzminki with you. Anton, I'd like to thank you as well. We do tell you some unfavorable comments as well, but you always listen to us and you always try to find the best solution. And I'm absolutely sure that Moscow renovation program is going to be a benchmark, not only for the Russian Federation, but for many cities in the world. Yelena, thank you very much. You have very interesting proposals. But we have just 10 minutes left and we are behind the schedule. I won't be able to answer you. I do have answers to all your proposals, but unfortunately we are out of time right now. Dear colleagues, just 10 minutes left. 3 minutes for all the key speakers and 3 minutes for our first row speakers, because, of course, I definitely need to give them the floor today within the session. Oleg, tell us about your vision. What do you know? What do you think? I'll try to say a couple of words about Kapotny region. This is a unique place. It's unique because it's the oil processing plant within the city. And there are 40,000 people living in this district and around 820,000 people. And this plant takes 30% of all the territory. What can we do about it? In 2011, Gazprom Neft acquired this territory, and frankly speaking, it's interesting that this processing plant provides 1/3 of fuel for the capital, for all the airports. There is the Circle pipeline, and that's really efficient. And just interaction between the city and the major businesses give us the possibility to do something with this processing plant. 240 billion were invested for renovating this plant. And right now, all the concentration of chemicals in the air are within the decent limits. For example, water. 80% of it is recultivated, 35% of water is clean. There are no spills. Everything is closed. Why is it important? We recultivated the area around. It's not the hell within the big megalopolis, but it's a good district. This plant provides 2,000 jobs to the citizens of Moscow, and it helps the city to develop. And you see, it's neighboring with the huge recreational green territory. The decision was taken not only to do renovation in this district. It was possible due to the sanation of this region. It's not just building new houses, but it's just a higher set of works. And what can it be done? How can we make it more environmental friendly? What's the potential of this district? It's possible to build houses, yes, but what else could be done? And we've noticed that we have a big nature spot near the river, and this territory used to be a desert place, deserted, but now we've changed it into the recreational zone. It's a family park. The total area for the whole Kapotnya city, which helps the city to be much more family-friendly. There is also some preserved territory marshland, which is also quite unique. Budgetary funds were used for improvement in this territory. You see before and after photos. There are cycling and running paths. There are 3 dog spots for walking dogs, some playgrounds. You see how this territory looks like. On the right, you see some smoke, but it's not from the oil processing plant. It's somebody having their barbecues. Beautiful bridges, amazing landscape. We managed to preserve nature with nesting birds. The oil processing plant was there, and when it was not environmental friendly, birds were living there. They still live there, but we should always remember not only about humans, but about animals and birds who live close to hazardous objects in the city. And we want to have not only birds near to the oil processing plant in Kapotnya, but we also want humans to visit the spaces. Oleg, thank you very much. I'm a Muscovite, and I do confirm that this territory has been transformed, retrofitted, and now it looks amazing. And it's really absolutely amazing that it's close to the major oil processing plant within the Moscow city. And I invite everyone to visit this territory. And now I'll give the floor to Grigory. His company, Ferrostroy, is doing a great job. You are building important objects. Could you please be very brief, talking about your efforts, about your ideas and approach, new type of approach? More and more people buy cars, and it's very important to think about parking lots. And renovation is also closely related to the problem with parking. Tell us about your work. Dear colleagues, Sergey, yes, we do have a problem with parking. We have the exponential growth of car ownership. 8.3 million, that's for Moscow and Moscow region. And just in the past 4 years, we have additional 1 million cars bought. If you don't do anything about it, you see the picture on the left. This is the flat parking, not possible to move, very cumbersome. And our proposal is multi-level parking. For the renovation program, it's one of the steps. And all the plans of layouts show that the city planned 53 multi-level parkings within this program, additionally some commercial parking. In total, it's a lot, it's a huge amount of cars which could be parked there. How could we build all these parking lots within the limited time? We have very great examples, metal frame parkings. We are not just building from scratch, we are assembling our parkings from parts. And this is also helping us to solve the problem with migrants. You see on one of the pictures, top left corner, we do not have any columns. Inside we have planks on top, and it's better, it's easier to park. We're not building only parking spaces, we build kindergartens using new construction technologies. The best thing is 89% of all the materials will be recycled after the construction. Our parkings are also architectural objects. They are part of the new districts. You see them very well. They have high visibility. You see good examples from the United States or Germany. In Denmark, they have the great project of using the roof. They take the playground from the surface and place it on the roof of the parking that was being built. You see another project, skate parks, driving school, and additional parking spaces for the weekends. You can have here my document offices, you can have cafes on the roofs, and some other functions could be included. But we do have restrictions, couple of words about them, because that's a fly in the ointment. And we have very strict regulations in Russia, especially if you compare our laws with Europe. If we use the space of roofs, we need very good protection, fire protection for all the frames on the roof, 150 minutes instead of normal 15 minutes. 200 kilograms per square meter load, we tried it, we tested it with cars. This is also a very high requirement. And draconian sanitarian gap rules. So if there are more than 300 parking spaces, you need to have 50 meters a gap around the parking. It should be free. But there is a lot to be done. It's possible to work in this direction. And it's amazing that parks are not just garages where you save cars and some other stuff, but now parking's turned into architectural objects, and it's great that the city of Moscow included them into the renovation project. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting object. It's not just a storage space where you simply store your car, but you also think about the development of the space. It's a very interesting project. And now 30 seconds to each of you. I do apologize, but as I'm a moderator, I have to be really strict. A question to you. You have great experience. You've done a lot for the city. You work with the old mayor's team. You work for the new team of Mayor Sabanin. And now you see you are proposed to be appointed the head of the largest fund with the biggest budget, annual budget. What was your feelings and what kind of changes you see in this program? Was it a good program? First, tell me about your psychological reaction.
Only thing I regret, actually, I relied on my English listening to Enrique, and actually I thought I could understand him, but unfortunately my English was not so fluent. So I will actually hear that in recording. Now, I was not totally prepared for my appointment as the Director General, so I was very much against that. But actually this program is very big, very large scale. Yes, that's true. And the most difficult thing about that program was, guess what? To train people and to make them, the designers, make high-quality documentation. After that, the contractors would work flawlessly. After we started commissioning the very first buildings last year, we made all the contractors fulfill their work high quality, making sure that the residents would have no claims, no complaints. Now the contractors, this year they understand that actually they cannot work their sleeves rolled down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dmitry Kobanev, Deputy Head of the Department for Construction. This is the key department. They are in charge of all the major construction projects in Moscow. Kindergarten, schools, bridges, flyovers, metro tunnels. This department is in charge of. Quite recently, he got connected to the renovation program. He was not behind that, but still he was charged with that, and he immediately assumed his responsibilities. Immediately he became an active participant in that program. What is your take on that? Thank you so much, Sergei. Well, everyone was very positive about the program, and still we will prevail. Everything would be very good in our city. Everything is being done on a quality level. All the houses which we're commissioning and the design solutions which are suggested, they are all energy efficient. It is inclusive of the smart standards. All the communications, which actually, all the power lines which before were made only to the doorsteps now are being drawn right into the apartment. The citizens actually can enjoy the one-stop shop approach to collect all the necessary documents, and we use a digital approach to pay the bills, to pay the rent. Another thing I would like to tell you, the overall scope of funding is enormous. It's about 8 trillion rubles. This is how much we're going to spend on renovation. Certainly the city invests the federal money into the renovation, but it won't be enough. Therefore, the city relies on private investments. We are selling some residential houses, apartments for commercial users, and also we actually get some money from the land use, and we are doing some comprehensive development. I would like to pass the floor to Vasily Chikachikin, whose company is using innovative approaches, something new, something creative in their plans. What's your take on the program in terms of the development of the territory, refurbishment? Well, to start with, I'd like to note an enormous work done by the city in order to renovate the territory. And as you said, There are no counterparts as to that in the world. As colleagues said, that renovation, this is not just about renewal of the houses, but this is about relaunching or reopening, rediscovering of the cities. Mr. Subyanin shared his formula of success when actually, in essence, you create a place where people are ready to invest their soul, ready to invest their money and their life, creating new jobs, places where people are ready to live. This is our own formula of a residential cluster, where we give an answer what people are going to do there and what our children are going to learn in these clusters and what professions they are going to acquire. Two cases. We are restarting, relaunching the territory right in the very downtown of Moscow, where we bet on the professions of the future. Apart from unique architecture, boulevards and embankments, we're creating the Academy of Fashion, Academy of Design, Academy of Sport, Academy of Martial Arts, and this becomes a driver for the development of the territory in general. The second case, this is the federal program, and we are cooperating with the Ministry of Construction, doing that very tightly, and we rely on all the support measures which were mentioned by Sergei. We are working in the framework of the Comprehensive Development Program. That's the very core of our strategy, and I'd like to restart this program. How we are going to relaunch it? There would be an inter-academia campus. Following the instruction of President Putin, we're creating comprehensive and convenient environment for the city of Ivanovo. It would be another breakthrough made for that city. And the colleagues from the Ministry of Construction would confirm that this is totally unique. These are the examples set by Moscow, which could be replicated on the territory of the country in general. In terms of renovation, I would like to react, saying that this is a very decent, very powerful program. We, as entrepreneurs, are ready to make our own contribution, and interacting with executive authorities, we are ready to help to update and renovate the urban environment of our country. One more expert. Ilya, you have only 10 seconds. Why 10 seconds only? Because from the very first days of the program, ever since the special law was adopted, Ilya was the very man who, along with me, was a member of the team that provided necessary scientific justification. Such a program, such a scale for such a city cannot do certainly without scientific supervision. Well, apart from architects and constructors, we had a lot of scientific fellows and workers, scientists. We are certainly counting money, the public investments. This is something which we have to plan in certain time frame. The city also has a system of urban planning and urban management. It's got expanded very much, because you have to see that on the map, to see that in the database, within the calendar. So it means that big analytical work is being done. That's the shadow part, an invisible part of the work which we're doing, but it is very important. The whole city is working on that program, and this is the key factor behind this success. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we are running out of time, and I made a very big mistake, let me confess. I didn't ask the program directorate to allow us to speak for 90 minutes, not 60 minutes, but I will remedy that mistake next time. I'm very grateful to all of you for your very specific, very informative contributions, for your feedback. And it leaves me only with the must to fulfill my promise. Thank you so much.
Как подзумели. Раз, два, три, четыре. Я надеюсь, что меня слышно. Коллеги, я прошу потихонечку всех занимать места. Да, потихонечку зовем спикеров. И вот, Анастасия. А пока мы тут с вами вдвоем. Да, уважаемые господа и те, кто в зале, те, кто должен сидеть на сцене, пожалуйста, занимайте свои места потихоньку. Хорошо, я, правда, в ушки ничего не слышу, но, наверное, я и не должна, да? Слышать ничего. Все хорошо, ладно. Да. Так, здравствуйте, коллеги. Давайте я посмотрю, все ли на месте. Красиво. Масочки. Прям прекрасно, прям прекрасно. Так, если мне дадут отмашку, то... Ну что ж, коллеги, добрый день.
Colleagues, good afternoon. Welcome to our next session of the first day of Moscow Urban Forum 2021. That's an unusual year, an unusual format, but we're still very busy working. Our session is called the Time of Star Development Projects. When we speak about the star development projects, everyone realizes what it means. It means enormously popular location, a star team which is headed by some outstanding architectures, a long list of quite high-profile consumers, etc. But there are other shades and facets of this star nature, of this popularity. And probably we can call a project a star one, an outstanding one, once it set new environmental, innovational and other trends for the urban development. We can call it a star one if it brings about a dramatically new fabric, city fabric, where this fabric was non-existent at all. So it means that we will speak about different facets and different factors of our development projects. Let me introduce to you our participants, people who are present today online. And many people called me in the morning how they can actually be present offline. I said, no way. But Anastasia Patova, chair of the Moscow City Committee on the implementation of the investment projects and the shareholding construction oversight. Alexander Prokhorov, head of the Department for Investment and Industrial Policy of the City of Moscow. Ignatiy Danilidi, Director General of A101 Company. Alexei Debashin, Director General of Cross Construction Company. Vadim Ivanov, Product Director of MR Group. Leonid Maximov, Director General of Pioneer Holding. With us today are several people who we will listen with great pleasure. Vladimir Galaktionov, Legal Director, Capital Group. Jurgil Bruns Berentelik, Director General of Hafen City, Hamburg. And Pia Hlava, Director of the Urban Regional Development from Vienna. This is actually what we're going to discuss today. Anastasia, let's start with you. We all know about the comprehensive development of the territory. And actually, it's been a hearsay for about a 5-year period. Certainly, the construction should be very balanced, and this question raises once you speak about any development. But sometimes you want to build one thing, but you have to build not only this facility, but other facilities, and sometimes you have to build many other things as well. How are you working? Over to you. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Well, actually, you took some of what I intended to say off my tongue. And really, when we speak about the STAR project, the first thing which occurs to you that this is a downtown, the center of the city, the elite territory, fenced, etc. But time goes, and therefore the preferences will change. The notion of convenient housing will change. Now, the convenient accommodation is not just about the underground parking and the fenced territory. People would like to live in a refurbished territory with social facilities, and we can judge about that by some claims and feedback from the people. For instance, Moscow now is split into the old Moscow and the bigger Moscow, the new Moscow. We like to erase these divides, but at the moment there is a clear divide. Once this is a new territory, the first question asked is whether the social infrastructure going to be developed, whether new jobs would be offered. Therefore, we, along with the colleagues, worked on that issue, and we spent more than a year on that. We discussed that with the major developers in the city. We worked on how to build and how to commission the social infrastructure. What the main message was about. We actually now are using escrow accounts. We're living in a new reality when the money, which is being used for construction, is being provided by a bank. Once the developer, once these are the boundaries of the old Moscow, once the developer applies for a loan or for the money, the bank would see that there is a residential or housing facility along with the social facilities. And the bank would say, that's great, but now we have a totally different story, a new territory, a greenfield territory. Very often, actually, the developers would split this territory for housing, for social infrastructure, etc. Once the developer applies for a bank to get money for building housing, the bank would say, that's okay, because actually this is done within the shared construction. But once a social infrastructure is going to be built, the bank would say, can you make sure that this social infrastructure would be operated by the city? And the developer would say that there is no funding and there is no guarantee that this social infrastructure would be used in future. Therefore, the developers applied to Mr. Sobyanin, asking to develop a mechanism to ensure that social facilities, social objects are being built and being commissioned and passed over, handed over to the city. And we helped the developers not only to get the project funding, but the city also got some benefits. First of all, we know for sure that the facility would be built next to the provided deadlines and of a certain quality, for instance. Actually, once the city says that it needs actually a kindergarten for 200 children, the developer would do that, and it will not actually build a kindergarten for 100 children. We spent a year on different nuances, and quite recently Mr. Sobyanin endorsed the order which we have to follow, the algorithm which we have to follow. Therefore, before we actually approve the feasibility study for the developer, we hold certain meetings with the developers just to realize whether this social facility is going to be delivered to the city, handed over to the city. We would like to know what terms of reference would be, on what terms, etc., in order to make sure that the city would accept it at the end of the day. So this is a win-win situation, benefits for the city and for the developer, because the city at least would realize what is going to happen to that facility. Everyone present here, all the construction companies are building social infrastructure, but there are the contractors which not always meet the deadlines when building the social infrastructure. We developed that mechanism, it's been launched, and colleagues apply for housing, for the funding, realizing that actually the next question we ask is about the social infrastructure. The second question is about the comprehensive development of the territory, creating your jobs. We try to approve only those plans which are inclusive of housing, commercial housing, and offices, and malls, supermarkets, etc. I do think that Alexander would speak in more detail about that. And we're speaking about the quality, the housing, the quality of the nearby development, and at the same time we have to be mindful of the quantity.
We have some set goals, and the goal is 120 million square meters of housing. We have to keep the balance between interest of the city and the developer, of course. That's why when last year we had a rather difficult period, and we were at the round table talking to everyone. We wanted to help the developer to build what they've planned, and we also wanted to protect rights of the citizens who are going to buy such houses. We had 45 amendments for the legislation. Almost half of them were adopted. I don't want to give you all the details because I think you know about all the amendments, about the documentations, about the prolongation of the permits, and about the fines in case of you don't meet the deadline under the shared construction agreement. So we didn't want to see any negative influence on the quantity when we change the quality of the legislation. So I've mentioned everything regarding the legislation, but the next stage was also qualitative. For example, the number of projects considered. Now lots of people speculate on the idea that we have the pandemic and prices go up, and developers are not so active as before. And escrow accounts are also in place. That's a new thing. But I would like to say that the industry is gradually moving to the escrow account. 60% of the projects have escrow account, and more than 30% are working under the old scheme. If we are talking about the interest of developers for the housing, it's never going to be not active in Moscow. It's always a hot topic in our city. If you want to hear some numbers, you know that the mayor at the committee approves a specific amount, specific numbers. So in 2019, in 6 months, first half year, 3.5 square meters. In 6 months of the last year, 1.79, and 6 months of this year, 5.8. So you see there was a drop last year due to some obvious reasons, due to the quarantine. But this year we see the sharp spike. So we can't say that the developers are not interested in building houses anymore. You see these numbers. You see the demand is there. The next thing that I wanted to mention, unfortunately for me, possibly fortunately for other colleagues, starting from today, we do not have the permits from the Moscow Construction Committee was banned, so you don't need to get such a permit for selling the real estate from the developer. You can start selling without the permit, but some of the developers actually, I'd like to check what they are doing. I'd like to audit their work. We plan to have the new initiative during the autumn session because we still want to have changes. We should be responsible for the process. We should be supervising the developers. It's important for the buyers as well. If you just buy the apartment and you have money at the escrow account, it's one story. But not all the projects are done through the escrow accounts, and a group of companies may have both schemes simultaneously. And if there are some problems with the older scheme, the same developer may have problems with the new scheme as well. Moscow is this specific region, and we don't have 2 or 3 projects. We have a lot of projects going in parallel. 30 million square meters are being built in Moscow annually. If we want to build a very good chain, we still want to have these permits to be in place. We'll see what's going to be the decision in autumn, but thank you very much for your opinion. Alexander, over to you. After this law was adopted, we got some new industrial district. Industrial district is a new term for the market. There are developers in Moscow, those who were interested in using this new law and having multifunctional objects. We talked about Korovina, this zone, which is probably not the biggest, but which is really going to be a benchmark. Tell us more about this industrial districts program and what are the possible future scenarios for this program. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone. Thank you very much for your question. Since the last discussion of Korovina, there are now 3 more new projects. Korovina was just the new one, which was provided through the auction. This was the project for industrial and office housing buildings, and after that we had 3 additional projects. Within this program, we've selected 130 projects. They are all the territories of the industrial estates, those which were industrial estates in the past. It's within the old Moscow borders. We visited all those zones. We've chosen around 1,000 hectares. We also took some not finished objects from the My District program, which was expensive to finalize. And now we have 130 projects, some of them due to the help from Anastasia were commissioned and approved officially. Some of them need decision from us. We will go to take decisions on them. And we have several tracks. First of all, we have the competition, which is a part of the amendments to the city building law. And we are going to have 2 operators, which was created by the decree of the government. And the third option is to work through the initiative of the title holder. We know about the final numbers, the volume, the investment, 500,000, creation of new jobs. But the main goal, yes, we have 4 projects, but we want to have this mechanism moving at the full speed. If developers can't agree with the owners working there in the industrial estates, they don't pay taxes, they don't create new jobs, but developers should be able to come to agreement with them to start developing those obsolete regions. We had lots of discussions about developers who could build objects professionally only if this is really a professional developer, professional builder. We've combined these 2 programs, and now they really work well in combination. And I think as part of the Investors Club, or when we have meetings with Moskovsky Invest, we will have new projects for investors through the auction or through the operator, or possibly there will be possibility to go into independent implementation. We have here a representative of 4 major developers. You, the department, do you prefer to work with these major companies, or you are interested in working with all the developers which are there? I also have a question to Anastasia. How many developers do we have in Moscow, those which are active? From 30 to 50, right? Yes, 10 of them, 10, 12 are major, really large, and the rest are smaller. My answer to your question. Actually, I would say I mentioned that already. If you are a baker, you could bake cakes. If you are a professional developer, you really build a lot on a regular basis, then it's easy with you to set deadlines, to define all the plans. If you're a major player and you have lots of projects in Moscow, I don't think you're gonna run away. And if this company takes on responsibilities, not only the responsibility to finish the project, but there are also financial responsibilities to the agreement with the city of Moscow. If you are between 30 and 50 years old, these are people are difficult to work with. Potentially, they could also be responsible for some of the projects. But if a company built 2,000 square meters only, they shouldn't be responsible for for the development of the huge industrial estate, because the project could go bankrupt. Anastasia was talking about the fact that Moskovsky Invest has some legislative proposals about improving the process. If we talk about the cartel law, are you happy about it? Maybe you have some other legal proposals about it. Together with Anastasia, last year we really did a lot when there were amendments to the urban planning code approved, and Alexander Lomakin got promoted. Now he's responsible for this law at a federal level, and we get now support from the Ministry of Construction. We get all the letters with clarifications from the ministry, and our position is really very well heard when we want to communicate our message. And federal agencies, as they've done a lot, now they are working with the governmental decrees which will regulate the federal processes. But for us it's important to harmonize the city level legal base. Vladimir Loktionov, do you hear us? I'd like to include you into the discussion. Vladimir.
Программа стимулирования создания работы.
The program of stimulating the job creation. These bonuses that developers get when they create some healthcare or cultural scientific objects.
Размеров земельных платежей.
So the main bonus is possibility to reassess the land payments. What was the reaction from the market? I think that such changes, they were rather logical for the development of the megalopolis. So the city was doing something like that for a long time, but we never had some concrete steps. There is no secret that the city wants to coincide, to harmonize its interests with the interests of developers. There are two main issues interesting for the city. For example, the shuttle travel, or another question, creation of the economical stimuli for the social infrastructure construction. Yes, we mentioned that we have 30 to 50 developers in total, and they always forget and postpone the construction of social objects. They refer to the pandemic. They say that we understand people want to live in the environmental zone. They want to have good work-life balance, go to parks and really enjoy all the infrastructure, have good access to the medical care. These are interests of the city, and we took them into account in this program. According to the financial model, it's possible to develop this project. We could use this model for building some additional objects, which will lead to the development project to have the flavor to be different from others. But in total, I think the developers market supports these changes, and the city authorities, they help us a lot. And we work with them on updating the legislation. Alexander says that yes, they gave their bonus, and they were happy about that. We have the new Technopark Krekshina in the new Moscow region. We want to get $500 million of investments. We want to create jobs there, and the first part of the project is going to be 15,000 square meters built there. In the past, we were building some office complexes and the warehouse, but it was not related somehow to the housing construction. They were different segments of the market. They were never linked together. Right now, we are going to have the comprehensive approach. Alexander? I am one of the ideologists of this program. We developed it with our own hands, and I'd like to give you some clarification. Today in the morning, Sergei Semyonovich Sobyanin said during the plenary session that job creation is one of the criteria for the city development. Just 15 minutes ago, Vladimir Yefimov said that 50% of the income in the budget that's the individual taxpayers' taxes. And we need to create additional jobs. And we also should remember that only experts and professionals should be allowed to build professional sites. And we need to do something about making the businesses construction attractive. if we increase the rent, increase the price for housing, we offset it through the attractiveness of creating new jobs. This program started working half a year ago. We still have only 5 agreements signed. It's not enough, but developers, those who are also here at this forum, they are now responsible for investing more than 25 billion rubles into the city's economy, and at the same time they got 12.5 million rubles as the discounts, as benefits. That's a good start, I would say. We have lots of applications from TomTem developers. They constantly come for consultations. They have questions about this program. We help them in the application process. We help and accompany them in other processes that are due, and we know that people start counting money. We're not only just increasing the margin through the subsidy, but now developers, they become responsible for building businesses or where there are jobs created. But we'll get all the costs back through taxes, because just the tax effect is going to be 3 billion per year from these signed contracts. I mean the personal income tax, property tax, and some indirect taxes. We're going to ask professionals. 4 of them are here. We will talk to all of them. But before that, I'd like to give the floor to our speaker from abroad, Jürgen Bruns-Berenkelt, Hamburg. That's a city close to the sea. We have lots of industrial estates, and in Hamburg you have lots of territories which used to be ports. It was a serious program to re-equip it, to make the retrofitting, and now it's like the showcase of Hamburg. It's very visible. Tell us about the construction of this project and what was the effect for the city. You have the floor.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to share the experience in terms of Hamburg. And I'd like to provide an overview where you can find Hamburg in northern Germany. It's the 2nd largest city and a metropolitan area of 5.3 million. So a lot less important than Moscow, but naturally one of the most important economic development drivers in the German economy. What I will show to you is that the starting point of a good development impact is on the city side, that you actually provide the institutional capacity to transform major areas and sites of the city. The institutional capacity of the city does not exist per se, and without taking seriously into consideration whether the normal city development in quotation marks can really achieve this. We are talking about complicated sites which have an opportunity in the waterfront with risk of flooding, for example, former industrial sites, and so on. And Hamburg has a long tradition, more than 20 years, to create specific companies to actually transform those complicated sites in an integrated way. Here you can see what is our task with 3 major waterfront projects, but also projects which go beyond. These are projects, for example, which basically align the industrial production with vertical production, new buildings in the city, in order to achieve modern industrial spaces which can be occupied very fast, or assign city development within the city, not outside the city, but concentrating 3,000 researchers or more with an integrated system of diffusion of economic benefits to companies and also integrating housing. So it is part of a new mechanism of integration which is followed in these projects. And to give you an example or a few examples, we are trying to achieve a high urban design focus. Important to us is design quality, but also structural equality of the city. For example, when we match new buildings to old buildings, old infrastructures, we try to keep and basically integrate those into a new environmental urban environments, which allows, for example, to have perception by the people that there is a spatial and urbanistic continuity, although all the spaces are newly created. A second important innovation path is actually integrating smart mobility strategies from active mobility by walking and biking, but also with car sharing, driving autonomous buses, and reducing the use of cars. You find it probably very annoying that we are producing the reduction of cars, but for us in the past it was normal that every family household had a car. Now we reduce the possibility to create parking spaces to 0.2 per household, and this changes the urban environment completely. We also create an environment which is very much strongly fine-grained mixed use. Here you see a complicated mixture, and even on one side we mix different types of housing, and we naturally also mix office buildings and housing. So therefore we have an interchange, short walking distances between a city which is a workplace and it is a living space. And these qualities now in the post-corona period, I hope, allows us to better integrate the future demands of workspaces on the one hand, but also to keep the integration with differentiated systems of housing. What we also are doing is that we are concentrating on a number of physical innovations, and I will show 3 examples. One example is naturally due to flooding risk, due to climate change, but also normal flooding risk. We have created an urbanistic flood resilience concept, raising all the land to a certain level, but keeping the link to the water and not making dikes or other embankment structures which prohibits the integration, at least the visual integration between land and water. We work on natural design-based solutions for also in the city, because we think biodiversity is one of the future important themes. And we work also on carbon neutral buildings, which are very experimental, and we know, as I will show you, that our buildings in the past have been optimized for the use of energy, but at the end of the day, this focus is insufficient. In future, we will need to focus very much on a life cycle of buildings and thus reduce the carbon emissions from building actually in the city. And this is also done. We also have, so to say, normal star projects which will be play an important role, and I have shown you 3 examples. a concert hall on top of a storage building historically built by Herzog de Meuron, but also mixed use and complicated building, concept for a retail environment, not a shopping center, but an open environment actually created from 14 different buildings containing offices, housing, retail, entertainment, a cruise terminal, and so on, which also provides a buffer in the economy for the developers. Whenever one sector in the economy is lagging behind in the development. But on the other hand, our experience has also been that very few developers are capable of creating such an important urbanistically integrated complex environment of value of 1.3 billion euro, for example. On the other hand, we also built high-rise towers, but with a mixed-use structure, and due to the effects of infrastructure, for example, we built them in a way that they incorporate public places, and therefore they have a certain scape, and also the result is that they are not only office towers or hotel towers. Residential spaces cannot be included due to noise effects, that we create also big and open spaces in the buildings and which can be used for edutainment purposes. I want to draw a little bit of consequences because we are expanding our efforts to be climate resilient, but also to develop the spaces of the city, the new spaces within the planetary boundaries. We have, with biodiversity loss, with certain biochemical cycles, we have with climate change not only one topic which is environmentally important, but a number of different topics, and the important thing is not to monofocus on specific topics and believe that one is good, but only the integration of the different aspects can actually achieve the future and today's ambitious goal of integrated urban development. A comment on financing and self-financialization. We are the owners of the land, and we use the land basically for land value capture. And basically, we are not using it only for pure public goods, for example, community housing, bridges, streets, parks, ski walls, and so on, but also we incorporate them into the private projects. So we operate with concept offers to the private market and require via contract and ambitious planning period before we sell the land to the private developers to incorporate different features which are basically represent public values in private goods. I cannot explain this very easily, but the diagram, if you can read it, produces an answer. Finally, I want to basically emphasize that within this last years, we have been setting up new projects of significant value, which will produce a new standard in terms of resource efficiency and naturally resilience, and basically which are targeted at an emissions-free urban development. Whether we can achieve that, this is still open to question, but it is not including only buildings, but also infrastructure and naturally also green areas and the way we incorporate production and emissions from used resources into the life cycle assessment of cities. That is my short comment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Jürgen, огромное вам.
Jürgen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very impressive. I'm impressed by two things. First of all, about the parking lots and certainly the concert hall on top of the storage house, as you said. And actually, we thought how actually we can transform these storage and warehouses into something more beautiful rather than just boxes. This is just another example. I'm passing the floor to Alexei Dobashin. Alexander already said that developers would like to build housing because actually it can be done very quickly and it pays back very quickly. But you can live a different life, and cross-company shows that really you can live a different life. Alexei, can you share your view as what you think about the polyfunctional approach? Can it be economically feasible, economically efficient? Well, certainly. I would say that that's a good luck for the developers. It's very difficult to interact with the people, with the residents. These are soft skills which we got trained. Active citizens software really works. That's a whole program, digital program. They exercise some pressure on us, so it means that there is shortage of land. And therefore, actually, KRT, that's a unique technology. And it actually is applied to the territories of 20 to 30 to 40 hectares. But you have to bring together different aspects. Let me show. This is the global slide. And this is what it used to be. This is what we know. All the countries of the world. This is our new program called Zahodit, which brings together.
Главное, что сегодня Сергей Семенович нам сказал.
And most importantly, Mr. Semyonin said that the live communication is a luxury. And we are wasting our time on traffic. And it would be just a little bit less than what you spent on your work. And Mr. Semyonin spoke about the 15 minutes city, so where you can reach everything within 15 minutes. But would like the city to explain to us what actually we have to set up. For instance, smaller cinemas and theaters for 50 seats, smaller areas, smaller buildings. So we have to make sure that the workplace can be reached within 15 minutes. We have a positive experience 10 years ago. We built an artificial ice rink which works 10 to 12 months a year. It required separate tailored technologies, but we developed ice rinks for the residents of our block of our district, and it means that the parents no longer have to bring kids to some skating ring outside the city. And also dancing clubs would be arranged in Luzhniki and in other districts, and it takes an hour to get that. But once these clubs are located locally, you just spend 15 minutes there. But is it cost efficient for you? Is it beneficial for you? Well, I actually call that functional mix. Our next step. This is about anchor centers for education for sports.
Помещение 100, 200, 300, 400 квадратов. Обучение английскому языку, обучение...
English language classes, etc., etc. That would be about real infrastructure, which you actually make within the cluster type. We are Director General of Cross and Development. This is just a tiny piece of our activity, but we are focusing on the industrial construction. robotized enterprises look very much automobile manufacturing. We have a lot of robots working there. And thanks to the cluster type, we actually can somehow build 14, 15 meters high storage houses and parking places. And that means that the construction will become more expensive within the city limits. And within the city, you cannot make only the sandwich facades. Actually, we are discussing the facades which really can beautify the city. And then you're going to build residential houses, and there below you'll find the infrastructure which used to be actually in the downtown of the city. Smaller theaters and cinemas, etc. So it means that there will be high-rises, plants and factories outside. They would be illuminated very well with the parking lots. Then the cluster-type development helps us to take care of the smaller cities. The rivers would be confined in canals, and now we are actually making the banks of those canals, and we counted along with the experts. We have about 600 kilometers of the smaller rivers within the city, and the cluster-type development helps us to bring these rivers into operation. We can bring them all in together. And the final thing I'd like to share, the pandemic showed the shortage of workforce everywhere in the construction industry and the automobile industry. Sadly, we rely on the migrant workers, but it means that the taxes would be paid there. And Mr. Sobyanin instructed us, and Mr. Bochkarev held a lot of meetings from the Industrial Department of Moscow to bring about a solution. More than 50% of actually the work done at the on the construction site should be done by the industry, by the Muscovites, Moscow residents. Well, thanks to the industrial construction, we would cut the time frame of the construction, and it means that we can cut the costs dramatically. We can cut the negative feedback from the residents. The residents don't want to spend 4 years on the construction site. Well, Leonid, can you join our conversation? Because the pioneer is also about a TPU, a new abbreviation for our conversation. Can you share what TPU stands for? What do you think about the cluster top development and other abbreviations? I was very much surprised when I saw that the star is being applied to projects. I think that in our work it's very important not to act as superstars, not to regard ourselves as people on a kind of a pedestal, but rather we are supposed to build projects which would add value, which would be useful for the citizens, for the residents, which will improve the quality of their living. In that sense, I would like to tell you the following thing. The most important areas of the urban planning and urban construction relevant for the city and what we're all doing about. Really, first of all, this is the TPU program which was launched in the city, and at the moment we are at different stages of the implementation.
Фактическая жизнь уже показала там целесообразность.
And really,
заниматься этим для development.
It's very important to build the hubs, commuting hubs for the city, because where the human flows and the transport flows intersect, this is where you can maximize your profits. what can be done in order to make sure that this is really efficient, we concluded that you have to take a non-technical approach to building a hub. We have to proceed from the very essence. The very essence of the transportation hub is that when people are getting from one point to another, have to change the lines, and it has to be convenient and quick. Once you make sure that it is quick and efficient, then you can benefit from that. Then this commercial infrastructure becomes the center of gravity. It would transform the place at all, and the housing which has been built around the hub would be more demanded for, more expensive probably, more popular. The developer, on the one hand, has to deep dive into the project, to be involved in the project, focusing on the logistics journey made by the commuters, by the people. Once you have such a symbiosis, this is when actually you would get the projects which really would bring about some quality, and hence you find the quality of the projects and you would develop the neighborhoods. Well, different solutions are feasible, but the more flows are crossing, more relevant it would be to build a high-quality hub. We are developing a big hub called Petrovsko-Razumovskoye hub. It would be one of the biggest hubs in Moscow, because in one point you will find two railways, Sapsan one or Oktyabrskaya railway, also Domodedova, which goes to Domodedova, several bus routes, and around that you may find close to 500,000 people living.
В нашем городе уже знают давно. Вот, и вместе с ними, с Москвой, с метрополитеном, с РЖД.
Along with the Russian railways, with the metro, we designed a totally fantastic facility, bring together all these 5 components, providing necessary solutions, barrier-free transition from metro to bus or to everything else, very convenient. Around that, you will find in future about 3,000 square kilometers of commercial property. With the support of the Moscow authorities, our express would have a stop there, and the Sapsan would stop there. So it means that the people who are living in the suburbs and who do not have to go to the downtown of the city can actually get to St. Petersburg from their places, from the suburbs. It would ease the life of people, and I'm sure it would transform the whole adjacent neighborhood. Well, at the moment, this neighborhood is quite depressive, but I'm confident that in 5 years, once this comes true, we all will be surprised how a district which was totally unattractive now is a hot potato. It's been said that Moscow is a megacity which has an advanced growth rates, which becomes a metropolitan territory with a lot of commuters. The polycentric approach becomes very relevant historically. There is one down center of the city with all the cultural, educational infrastructure, commercial jobs, etc. And the people are going from outskirts to the downtown. But once the population is no more than 1 or 2 million, that's no problem. But once the population exceeds 5 or 6 million, that becomes a problem. So we have to create similar hubs and similar cultural values to the people who are living in the suburbs. The Bolshoi Theater would be unique, but there should be some sub-centers located within the city, so that people do not have to go to the downtown and would find similar values or similar services next to where they live. Development of hubs, I think, can become a backbone for such sub-centers. What can claim a role of a sub-center? A center or downtown, this is where you go every day because you work there, and this is what may offer all the services you need, and that should be done beautifully and conveniently. The bring together of those factors is totally necessary. It can resolve many problems and dramatically change the look of the city. And to conclude my remarks, speak about the cluster-type development. This is not just about the mechanism which has been launched, and will not repeat what has been said. But let me tell you about the essence of the comprehensive development of the territory. I think this has been associated with a balanced development. But let me focus on that balanced nature of the comprehensive development. Historically, all the cities would follow the cluster-type principle. So initially, there would be actually an industrial cluster, and next to that, a housing cluster would be built. So the people would be working at the factory, then would go home and back. Then office clusters would be followed, then shops enlarged and transformed into supermarkets or malls. And ever since then, an enclave approach is being used. When people are living in one enclave and would go to different enclave to work, then would go to the third enclave to shop. And that means that you spend some limited time in each of these clusters. So you spend some time in the morning and in the evening in a residential cluster, then you spend your daytime in the working cluster where you work, and you go to the shopping cluster only on weekends. So it means that there is a lot of inefficiency. Can you just curtail your contribution a little bit? Well, actually, it would create a lot of urban problems, and the very best way out of that is when next to your housing you will find your jobs and infrastructure, etc., etc. If we look at the comprehensive development from this standpoint, from the standpoint of creating balanced development, I think that we can transform our city, making it more convenient and comfortable for our citizens. Vadim Ivanov, actually, we are a little bit running out of time. Can you, as the company, do that comfortably and conveniently? I will be very, very, very brief. Can you show 3 my slides? And what about Ignati? Ignati actually would be the last speaker. All our construction projects are very sophisticated, multifaceted. Either the brownfield projects, when the territory would be developed as a revitalizing, where these would be the transportation hubs, and it entails a lot of commercial development and conveniences being built. When we learned about that session, we thought about really when we are developing such sophisticated territories, you have to engage high-profile architects and engineers who won't be shy, who would be courageous and experienced enough, seasoned enough in implementing such polyfunctional projects. Within our company, we are doing unique projects. We engage outstanding architects who devoted their whole life to such difficult architectural art of architecture. These can make sure that such projects come true. This is our project at the Shelepekinsky crossover, which is in between two railways. It also acts as a hub, and we are doing that along with Helmut Jahn, very well-known architect. And deeper we go, we understand that the tasks and objectives are quite ambitious and quite difficult. Can you change the slide? There are lots of industrial territories which are transformed into cultural and convenient oases for future residents. That's Seliger City, which used to be a dilapidated industrial territory, but now it's very convenient for living. There are two main problems for the people. First of all, that's security. And the security of the transaction man, the investment won't be wasted down the drain, and the convenience of comfort, modern comfort, has been said before. This is not just about convenient playgrounds and yards, but micro-mobility, connectivity with the services. Convenience shops, everything has to be done quickly. Micro-mobility dramatically reduces the speed with which we can move from one place to another. Actually, you no longer have to count the distance in kilometers or steps. Just you can cover the same distance by electric kick scooter. The level of comfort which we improve every now and then. I would like to share the following statement. Once we're working with some high-profile architects, the stars among the architects, we understand how much added value they bring into the project.
Because they not only share their experience with us, but they also can share contacts of the engineers, designers, consultants. And in general, when we are implementing some product, we also share standards with them. And there's a possibility to build really glorious objects. Ignatiy, for you, that's the final comment. Polyphony, different areas are the objects, not housing objects. So what can you say about this as a final accord? I wanted to build a logical chain. As I am going to be the last speaker today, everyone talked before me, and you don't have a lot of time. Okay, we'll have to have a separate session because I have lots to say. Okay, I'll try to be brief. Architects are building great products, but we need to make sure that the city develops in a sustainable way. There was a beautiful slide from Sergei Sobyanin. Everything starts with a human and ends with a human. The quality of life of a human in an environment. Here we talk about the house with beautiful architecture, urban amenities and social services. Before, they used to be just cherries on top of the cake, but now they are necessary everywhere. Okay, I'm sorry for speaking too fast because I don't have a lot of time. You may say that comprehensive development of the space, that's really a tried thing, but if we try to do it, it doesn't seem so banal. We can't have the comprehensive development only if we have social infrastructure, shopping center, and a house. Maybe also additionally the business center. Economy here is clear, but we can't build every year a business center and a social center. Comprehensive development has a wide understanding. We need to think about macroeconomy, microeconomies. There are different planning solutions. And we should think about the resources as well. As Anastasia said, there is financing, there are escrow accounts, but she didn't mention the deadlines. Deadlines let us not only control costs, control the building of infrastructure, but also do it in the correct time frame. That's good if simultaneously build houses and social infrastructure. And simultaneously we have new jobs. And this would influence the quality of the district for regeneration purposes. Tell us about the Park of Sciences. Okay, I'm sorry. No, I can wait, but the session is going to be over. Alexei said, Alexander was talking about smaller developers, and you also had these provocative questions, and Alexander didn't answer it about profitable and non-profitable projects. I wouldn't say that we can say what something is profitable and something is not. Maybe in the short term it's not profitable, but if we change our view, we look at the project long term, then it's a different story. People want not just to have a house and a backyard, they want to have the whole environment which is comfortable. And this is within the interest of the city. If we combine all these needs, we need to implement large-scale projects. We can't do this on 20 hectares. It's not enough space because originally we need to invest somewhere where jobs will be created. Okay, business centers, they have clear economy, but creation of the jobs, that's investment. We need to have a long-term project. This type of long-term projects will give good numbers to developers, and the city will also get a win because the citizens will be happy. They'll get a comfortable environment locally. They will have all the necessary infrastructure. And now very briefly about my slide. You have just 1 minute left. Okay, I'm trying to speed up, you see. There was the whole evolution in our project in understanding of the comprehensive development because we had more than 300,000 hectares. And we were thinking about what will be the focus points for us, what to develop. Right now, the key project for us, we have our own vision on the comprehensive development of the territory. So this is Proxeno cluster, events and sports and educational cluster. We're interested in synergy of functions. All the projects that we have within the clusters are loss-making. The majority of the projects, they need subsidies from selling apartments today or in the future. This is profit from selling commercial spaces, but we are creating the space which will make this investment profitable in the past. So you want to say that your Park of Sciences is a very long-term project. Yes, 19 billion, this is the overall investments, of course. This is the function that we need to make it all working. We are talking about high school education, about university-grade education. The Park of Sciences is a very important project, and the gist of this project is the following. Telling people about knowledge, increasing awareness. The main quality for the space, that's humans, people are important. And if there is interest of the youth to the sciences, this is the future of this territory. That's why we think that we have to have such an object in Moscow, and we would be happy to have it implemented. And we found some financial instruments to implement it. I'm sure it will be implemented. I advise everyone to learn more about it. They have some ancestors, international ancestors, but this project is also going to become very competitive. Okay, you have 20 seconds more. We're going to have interactive spaces, experimentariums, lecture rooms, congress hall, and so on. This is not just a museum, that's a space for the scientific society. Oh, that's great that we have a concert hall here where we hold this forum. Dear colleagues, thank you for this discussion. I apologize to those whom I had to speed up, but last time you will be next to speak. Thank you very much. Switch on the ringtone on your phone, and I wish you a very Добрый день. Good day. I'm happy to welcome you at the panel session, Urban Waterborne, How to Bring Rivers Back to the City. We all know that in the 20th century, the majority of districts were given to industries and transport, and now we are at a transformation point when rivers are coming back, and we pay more attention to water territories due to change of the climate. This is a really very topical issue, and in different regions there are lots of problems, floods or droughts, and we have more and more projects which use the principles of sustainable development because they help us to use water resources and make our rivers accessible by citizens. We'll start with Sergei Kuznetsov, Chief Architect of Moscow. Moscow is the first Russian city where we started a comprehensive river projects. Then we move to Kazan. We'll talk about the strategy of the Kazanka River development. And we are going to talk about the territory of the forest, because we'll have Elvira Nurgaliyeva, who represents the Corporation of the Forest Development, and he'll tell us about vast water reservoirs, so they have lots of problems associated with them. And we are going to talk about the best international projects. Ken Smith, who is working in the United States, and he has wonderful projects there related to waterfronts. Then Michael Grove, he's landscape architect who worked in different countries of the world. Then we move to Malaysia, and Niger Nor Hisham bin Moht Ghazali, CEO of the Department of Irrigations and Drainage, is going to be with us, and Tony Wells from Washington. He also works at the level of the city and is responsible for energy and environment. And without further ado, I give the floor to Sergei Kuznetsov, who is talking to us about the experience of Moscow. You have 10 minutes. Good day. Moscow, like many other cities, was using the river very extensively within the urban space, but we were using it not correctly as we see it now, because right now we think that the economy has changed, the city works differently, and the economy didn't look like this before, and earlier cities used rivers as the water artery, and it was mainly used for transportation and for some manufacturing needs. But for the recreation, for creating good views, for spending leisure time, that was not the purpose of the river. And Moscow is not an exception. Maybe it was maybe too late, but still we are now thinking about our rivers. In 2014, we had a competition about transformation of our vision of the river. It was a big international competition won by the Bureau of Gregorian. They had an idea of ports, attraction points on the river, and since then we started looking at the river more consciously. And for us, Moscow River, it's not just the transport artery, it's not just the thing is responsible for good environment, but this is a comprehensive project. You see here some plan which shows that we have 235 kilometers of embankments, waterfronts, and we have the Himkino Reservoir, which connects the Moscow River with Volga River, and this is very important artery. And we still have lots of potential related to water apart from these main rivers shown on this plan. We've built lots of embankments, redeveloped them, and still there is a lot to be done. If we want to discuss something specific, what's really a good illustration of our approach, I would say that there are several most important embankments, and they have different topology. Moscow is not homogeneous. It's absolutely not homogeneous. In our case, Moscow, and the embankments are not homogeneous as well. What do? We zone river into different stages, different zones. And we have the guidelines for the development depending on the zone. When we work with embankments, we use different components. We first start with the general master plan, then we talk about redevelopment, about water transport, public transport, different functions. You see here the Zaryadye embankment, which is very close to us. If you are visiting Urban Forum, you can go to this embankment and see what's going on. Before we had this competition for redeveloping the Zaryadye Park, this was just the main road next to the river and just some rails. Here the river is rather narrow and you wouldn't feel that there is some water. You would see the other shore right away. You wouldn't even feel that the river is here. Now the embankment is rather low. There are lots of public functions, social functions, and you see this bridge. It's not here by mistake, and it's here by chance. It's a flying bridge, which is a really important part of this embankment, and you can feel yourself very close to the river standing on this bridge. We have different types of embankments of this format, also in the city center. So in the center, Zaryadye embankment was created from scratch, but this is a Krymsk embankment. It was there, but it looked completely different. And it had transport there. It was a big road. They were very practical functions. There were no public space at all, as you see it now. So there was a really very major redevelopment. Luzhniki embankment, similar story. We used to have some embankment, but it was embankment for leisure walking. But during the reconstruction of the whole Luzhniki complex, when we were building new facilities, we've also created the new embankment. It had new format, new profile. I apologize, it's a wrong slide. I don't have a lot of slides. So now that's not just the space for recreation, there are lots of sports facilities. And I like sports myself. I can run on this embankment. It's very popular with athletes. This embankment, Andreevskaya embankment, that's continuation of the Luzhnetsk embankment. You see how it looks now. There's also Pushkinsk embankment, which was not close to the modern concept, but now you can ride a scooter, you can ride a bike there. You should run, because I think running is the most efficient way to support your health. And running city, it's really a healthy city. It's the city of the future, and we do make a lot of effort to make the city comfortable for runners. We have other types of embankments, like this one. It's northwest. All of the northwestern embankments are like that. And you can get very good access to the river. It's very delicate work. We work with communities. It's another part of this effort. We know how people communicate with the river. Depending on the type of the shore, type of the bank, they have different reactions to our new redevelopment projects. Some of the projects, they are like acupuncture. We use some pinpoints where we do some redevelopments, but don't implement massive transformation according to the wishes of the population. This is the ZIL region. There were no embankments at all. There used to be just the industrial buildings. It was not possible to go there by car or on foot. But now, starting from Moskovский bridge down to the southern port, you see these beautiful paths. It's about 10 kilometers of new embankment. It's already completed. That's the full implementation of our concept. You can run, you can walk, you can cycle here. Very interesting landscape design. We always try to create new public spaces when we implement such projects. Look at the profile of this embankment. We really make this embankment very wide because we want to make sure that houses are far from the waterfront. And this creates us the possibility to fit in lots of functions there. And this is the last slide. That's what we are going to do in the future in different districts. Some new projects. We are going to do redevelopment in these areas. This is the Yauza River embankment. On the top left, a slide. And we, as I've said, work with different rivers, not only the Moscow River. Yauza has an interesting section, and we are going to transform it. It will look like this. There is a huge conglomerate of different projects near Yauza. Water in the city is going to be a big landmark. It's like an axis, and this has lots of architectural diversity.
The topic of sports, that's a huge topic. Sports on the embankment, sports in the city plays a especially key role. Back to the question of Luzhniki, and there is some jogging or running lanes with toilets, where workout places, where you can buy water, etc. So it means that a whole infrastructure is built around doing sports on the embankments. At the moment, living amid the pandemic, which challenges all of us, I think another way how we can overcome this problem only when we invest our efforts in ourselves. We have to be prepared for that, to do jogging, to stick to the healthy diet, to go to bed on time, and the development of the waterways in the city. This is a huge step in that direction. We have a whole layout. Just let me say a few words about that. Not only about the embankments, but also the green ring, the bicycle routes. Actually, the whole of Moscow is investing a lot into the making it a city of healthy sports people, athletes. Speaking about the city of the future, we speak not about the architecture, but about the lifestyle. A successful mega city of the future, this is a city of people who are doing healthy things, who are doing sports. That's very healthy also for the big sports, for the Olympic sports, but this is very useful for the general well-being of the city, and it will contribute to the well-being of the city, making it more comfortable and convenient. I'm done. Thank you so much. I want to tell a lot of things, and thank you for listening to me. Well, really, that's a very interesting case. Sergey, you said that you're working with a new development center. Some big spaces are being built on the embankments. How you are maintaining the dialogue with the developers so that you do not create barriers between the people and the territories? Are there any interesting solutions, any interesting pieces of advice? Well, our policy, our urban policy, supported by Mr. Sabanin, and I must say that without his support, we won't progress in that direction. This is about overcoming the barriers. Sadly, the barriers, certain checkpoints within the city is clearly very popular among the developers. So the developers believe that once you do not put several fences and the checkpoint, you cannot sell this asset to a person. And if you can be mocked if you suggest something otherwise. But we're looking at the whole land plot, not only the architecture of the building. Immediately, we speak about the fences, about the access restrictions. And once we speak about the embankment, even if it belongs to investors, we stick to making it barrier-free. Well, I cannot say that we are already on the sunny side. Still, we have to improve the regulations and probably address some questions in terms of the operation of these facilities. Completing certain stages, some other challenges may pop up, but most importantly, this question is on the agenda. We pay a lot of attention to that. We have a whole club of investors at which we are raising certain problems and certain requirements. We say that this is not our requirement, but actually this is about the requirement of the city. We would like to provide for the so-called permeability of the embankment, that any person can go without barriers and restrictions from point A to point B. I believe in success, hoping that we will make that chain of environments which would be barrier-free, although embracing several private properties. Next, we go to the city of Kazan. Unfortunately, Natalia Fishman-Bekmambetova failed to show up, and she asked me to present the strategy for Kazanka River development. This is a project we worked on all together as a partner of Orchestra Architectural Bureau, and Natalia acted as the main curator or supervisor of the project from Republic of Tatarstan. This is a joint project of Kazan and our bureau. Let me tell you in more detail about that. The main objective and ambition of that big strategy is to create the biggest ecosystem of next to water parks, coastal parks, because city of Kazan has a lot of natural territories next to waterways. Usually a city would be built next to a city, and the coastal territories would be totally developed, which is not the case for Kazan. My clicker doesn't work. Can you change the slides? Can you? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Once we started studying Kazanka River, it turned out that many residents didn't know about its natural importance. Just 10% of the river is accessible for the people, but people are not knowledgeable about its natural benefits. The whole territory of the strategy is embracing 3,000 hectares and 68 kilometers of the coastal line. What is important for us? When we did the research, we realized that 50% of citizens are living in a pedestrian, within a walking distance from the river. Once we open up that river, we discover the potential for the use of the coastal area. When we worked on the strategy, the pandemic erupted, or broke out, and we were preoccupied with the health of our citizens. We followed the methodology developed by the World Health Organization to calculate the effect caused by the strategy on the healthcare. And it turned out that it can somehow reduce by 30% the mortal rate, because living next to that territory improves your respiratory habits. For the people with different interests, actually, it can be very interesting. You can run a marathon, or you can go hiking, or you can just watch bird watching. Our next ambitious objective is to draw attention to the environment. We all know that environment for many people is a very dull thing. You have to abandon something. It's very difficult to make yourself collect wastes. So environment has to be delivered as an adventure. We help our citizens chance to take care of the environment, but making that a fun. The strategy was developed and was approved by the President Minikanov, President of the Republic. We started its implementation, and here you see the bicycle run. 150 kilometers of bicycle lanes and pedestrian lanes, which certainly would improve the image of the city. Also, the engagement program has become a hallmark of our strategy. We discussed with the residents not only what they want from the river, but also we launched some shared initiatives, environmental ones, educational ones, technological ones, historical ones. And let me deep dive into that a little bit. Kazanka is a focal place for many communities. For instance, you see a new format, which is called blogging. So it means that our athletes are running and collecting garbage at the same time, collecting waste at the same time. Actually, the people competed not only in terms of the time, but also in terms of how much waste they could collect. One slide back. One slide back. Here you are. Reforestation. We realize that very often we feel exhausted and burnt out in our big cities. And with some guys from Snova Snov agency, we decided to launch a project of getting more harmony, getting back to normal life. This strategy would result in building 12 parks, as I said, 150 kilometers of pedestrian and walking and cycling routes. And most importantly, this project engages not only public investments but also private investments, which will help us to set up necessary conditions for development of tourism and other functions. Let me tell you briefly about those 12 parks. The first one is called Urama. It has already been implemented. Another quite important story about the connectivity and routes, and the routes which would connect the Blue Lakes to the Volga River, which will connect the natural legacy and the city legacy. We also tested all those routes with the cycling and running community. Next spot is about the accessibility of the rivers. Within the framework of the project, 33 connections are going to be made. At the moment, only 10% of the river is accessible for the people. This year, actually, we opened 4 new streets to connect Uran Park to the city. This is one of such streets. The main objective is environment. The life on the river. In the framework of the strategy, we assume that we will integrate a lot of lifestyles. This is our first environmental swimming, collecting garbage. We will create specially protected areas, and this year another hallmark event took place in Kazan when a high-rise was outlawed, and instead a specially protected natural territory was set up there. So a couple of weeks ago, such a decision was taken, and we preserved the most important territory for the citizens and for the environment. And what is great, this project went beyond its scope. Kazan made a pivot to environment for the strategy. Now is associated with a tourist cluster, environmental tourism cluster, and our environmental tourism cluster will be the focal point of an expert center for the forest therapy, where can you just recover after an illness or just have a rest, just to relax after living in a city. So it means that Kazan may become a central point for environmental tourism, yes. And now I have a quick question. Actually, we have swapped our functions, right? Right? As a moderator, can I ask that question? The river of Kazanka has the stadium of water sports. It was built prior to the universiade. As an architect, I worked there within a team, and we made a master plan. And the bank actually is quite interesting in the sense that this is a lowland, and we had to elevate that a little bit. Although I'm not a high-profile person an important person for Kazan, but I thought that probably we can make something similar to Luzhniki in Moscow, a sports facility with access to river, but some work had to be done. Luzhniki actually also is a lowland. It used to be flooded. Do you have any ideas about that space? Well, the scope of the strategy is huge. Therefore, I actually just highlighted the most key points. Sports park is going to build there. Another sports facility is going to be built there. Most of the territory is specially protected again. Karachikovo lakes, which are flooded in spring. But actually, a big 5-kilometer running ring actually would be built there, and triathlon range would be built there. Athletes are swimming there, but you have to treat water to purify the water. Therefore, we integrate that project with the water treatment project so that this river is appropriate for swimming. Everything is appropriate for that. Well, city of Kazan is great, and Kazan Marathon is quite popular. I'm not sure whether it is certified for getting points for the World Cup. That's a very important certificate, but I wish every success to the city of Kazan. This is not a foreign city for me, and I hope that actually it will develop the way you said. So let's proceed with our speakers online. Michael Grove, Chair of Landscape Architecture, Civil Engineering and Ecology, Sasaki. Michael works in many countries, and the main question I have to him is how the approaches to waterways are different in different countries. Michael? Unmute your microphone, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
In my presentation, I will show you different waterfronts from around the world, and it's very important to understand kind of local environmental context, local culture, and local social ideas about how people embrace the river. And that's something that I'm happy to share, assuming this is my time to share the screen.
Сможем, Майкл, экран тоже вывести, чтобы всем было видно?
Can we show your screen? I'm turning to the technicians.
Мы не видим, Майкл, экран.
We cannot see your screen.
I should be sharing it now.
Вот вроде сейчас я должен был вывести экран. для демонстрации.
Коллеги, подскажите, пожалуйста.
Can you advise us whether you see this screen online? Because we in the studio do not see it.
We are waiting 1 minute. There is a small problem, but it will be live. Майкл, может быть, пока пару слов про...
Michael, probably you can tell us a couple of words about your bureau. Oh, here we see a slide, so everything is good. We can start.
All right, wonderful. So something that I'm going to talk about, which is a common thread that we've heard from the previous presentations, is the impact of climate change, certainly habitat loss, but also civic engagement, how we're embracing the community in terms of their insights to how they want to use waterfront spaces. And then looking at kind of creative financing for how to build these urban waterfronts. So I'm going to start with 3 different examples, 1 in North America, 2 in Asia, very different cultures, contexts, climates, and scales as well, starting with the small, moving to the medium, and up to the large. The first one is our work at the Chicago Riverwalk. Chicago Riverwalk, for those of you who have been there along the river, this was a plan initially intended for public use over 100 years ago when Daniel Burnham first laid out the plan for Chicago. That was never materialized. The river itself was very industrial. There was a lot of barge traffic moving goods up and down the river out into Lake Michigan. And so this was a bit of forgotten infrastructure. It was a desolate place. There's a grade change to get down to the riverfront from the street level, and very much forgotten by its citizens. When we were engaged to work on rethinking the waterfront, we developed a series of rooms in between all of these bridges that each had a specific theme, so you could either travel the entire waterfront at the same time as a linear experience, a contiguous experience, or you could come down from street level specifically for whatever use in each one of those rooms. Now, this was obviously an expensive project. We had to work with the Army Corps of Engineers, the Chicago Department of Transportation, the city, to not only fund it, but to coordinate all of the construction. And construction was done through a federal loan called a TIFIA grant, the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. And that allowed about 99.5, almost $100 million of construction for this new public realm to happen in Chicago in 2 different phases, which were essentially built in a contiguous time frame. All of construction, because of this condition, was done from a barge on the river. All of the materials had to be imported from this barge. All the construction workers arrived here with their machinery, so as not to disrupt kind of traffic or any movement in the streets above. The first room you're seeing here is what we call the marina. The original plan of the marina was for small boat traffic to dock, for people to enjoy sitting and dining as one of the revenue generating strategies on the river, to watch essentially the movement and the activity of the waterfront. And this is how it functions today. There's a series of level changes, again, incorporating the natural flooding of the river. We wanted to create a very resilient landscape that could allow for these shifting levels of water based on rainstorm events, but also kind of mimic the idea of this kind of terracing down to the river from the city above. So that allows upper seating for some of these outdoor cafes and restaurants, with the bench seating to also provide kind of a bar height place for people to rest and stand, and then the staircase cascading down to the waterfront there. So there's multiple opportunities for people to engage with the river. The detailing here was very important to us. How do we work through all of the heights so that they're appropriate? How do we work with benches so that they're comfortable? All of these issues kind of came into play as we worked through the design. The second room was what we're calling the Cove. And this was essentially meant to be a quieter place where there was some engagement with nature, with waterborne plants, places where kayak tours could start from the river, really another place to engage and touch the water We strategically kept away from any kind of large railings so people could get as close to the water as possible. This is still a working waterfront, so it allowed us to do that. And here we have these kind of cloud benches that, again, are soft, very tactile, no hard edges here, to allow people to not only sit on the benches, but lean up against them and use them in a variety of ways. And here you see one of those kayak groups going out for a tour on the river. You also see some of the floating wetlands, which we've built throughout the river, where the root systems actually go down, help to improve water quality, more importantly, provide habitat for fish and other marine species that live in the Chicago River. The next room is what we call the River Theater. This is a series of cascading steps, as well as a disability ramp for people to come down from street level to engage with the river. It allows for large events, people to sit for fireworks, to watch shows out on the river when there are floating stages, just a place to celebrate civic life along the riverfront. At night, this is a very beautifully lit space, again, that encourages people to kind of come down from street level, get to the waterfront, and enjoy this kind of found space that wasn't appreciated for nearly a century. And the final room is a room we call the Jetty. This has a series of overlooks that push out into the river with more floating wetlands, again, more kind of immersion within nature there. You feel that you're located along kind of more of a naturalized river system. And most importantly, you can see in this diagram what's happening under the surface, which most people don't realize is all of the kind of habitat strategies to create places for spawning fish, for respite from smaller fish to escape some of their predators, as well as food from the nutrients and root systems of these floating wetlands. One of the most important things that we're learning in kind of riverfronts, and many cities are asking, how do we pay for them? What is the revenue generating impact of them? What do we need to do to create programming to support the cost of investment here? And this is kind of something that shows you the return on investment by doing a larger riverfront strategy. You know, back when the river was just kind of a concrete walkway, it had some revenue generation, mostly through ticket sales for people to go out and kayak on the river, or some of the boat tours that were happening. But once the Riverwalk was opened with its cafes and restaurants and additional kind of programming around events, that jumped to almost $10 million within 2 years of the Riverwalk's opening. And this has allowed the city to pay back its loan from the federal government in a quarter of the time than initially anticipated. So you can see the economic impact of an intervention like this has huge potential, not just for tourism and visitation, but for the long-term economic success of its riverfront, its ongoing maintenance, and to allow funding for future projects in the city. The next scale I wanted to show you about is in Vietnam and the Saigon riverfront. So we're currently working at the former port of Saigon. This was the French port in the Vietnamese, South Vietnamese capital for about 150 years, which was decommissioned in 2019 to move to a deep water area. So there are some elements of kind of colonial French architecture here. There are a lot of mid-century warehouses that were built as part of the ongoing conflicts throughout Vietnam. So there's a lot of kind of important historical as well as kind of an industrial legacy of this site, which is very interesting. But like most vulnerable cities in Southeast Asia, Saigon has frequent flooding from monsoonal storm events and from sea level rise. In fact, 99 of the 100 cities in the world that are most vulnerable to climate change are in Asia, and Ho Chi Minh City is ranked in the top 10 there. This has become a part of daily life for many of its citizens, just commuting up and down the street adjacent to the port with about a half meter to a meter of flood a few times a year. In terms of bigger picture, this is just going to get worse over time with the impacts of climate change as well as the saline intrusion into the groundwater system. So there are huge impacts from climate change that need to be addressed in this project for the long term. And also a social equity issue. Because this was a port for so many years, it was walled off from the rest of the community behind it. These people were a working class community. Many of them worked in the port, but never had access to the riverfront themselves. So the first strategy in terms of creating a more resilient system was how to crenellate that edge. We wanted to create more water receiving landscape, but we also wanted to emphasize and incorporate more connections from deep within that neighborhood to the river. So it felt that there was a connection between that community and the riverfront that never existed before. And that was done to, again, accommodate about a quarter of the site as water receiving landscapes to allow that stormwater to infiltrate naturally, and then through a system of in-street bioswales as well. So a very connected system that allows for all of this water to find a place to go that it previously didn't have. Now, because we are working with an existing port, there's certain level changes here in order to maintain the existing grade around existing historic buildings that needed to be protected. That required us to have a series of different flood prevention strategies, anything from a removable flood wall barrier to floodable landscapes like the water receiving landscapes that I spoke of, to flood resilient structures, even basements and underground parking garages that could accommodate stormwater in future events, and then using topography to our advantage as well and elevating some of the berm edge. So not a one-size-fits-all approach, even on a smaller project like this. And you can see what we've done here is we've designed underground structures beneath the parking garage as essentially a bathtub to hold some of that water that's coming in these larger storm events so that we can protect the streetscape and the landscapes above that. So it's been built into the infrastructure planning of the entire mixed-use development that's being supported by this riverfront park. In addition, we've been elevating the entire development using these berm strategies to get people out of the flood zones, but still create a very usable public realm in those larger storm events. We also, because of its climate, felt that this needed to be a very approachable landscape. It can be very hot and humid in these environments, especially when you have large promenades without any kind of respite from the sun. So places for shade through tree canopies, shade structures were incredibly important, obviously for the microclimate, but also for air quality in the region. And one thing that we looked at very specifically was tree species and varying the heights of those trees so that we could divert some of the upper level winds, trap them beneath the canopy and circulate them where people are actually moving on site. And finally, we wanted to, again, emphasize that connection to these neighborhoods. The street life in Ho Chi Minh City and Saigon is incredibly vibrant. How do we pull that vibrancy from that neighborhood into the waterfront to make it feel that it's not a polished environment, but it's something that is uniquely part of the Vietnamese culture? And so we did that through these series of squares and connections and plazas that created destinations for the community along that waterfront. We created 11 new civic plazas throughout the waterfront, again, so it's not just a narrow linear experience along the river, but it's something that would crenellate and penetrate deep back into the district and the community. And this is an extension of those streets through the development, again, where they've been pedestrianized, they have retail, they have cafes, they allow people to move very naturally to the water's edge. And most importantly, we wanted this to be a publicly accessible and inclusive waterfront. We thought a lot about equity. We dealt with a lot of community meetings and engagement here that the citizens wanted to make sure that the river was a place for them. And so we created these destinations where people could come and watch the football match that might be happening across the river in the new stadium that's under construction, but perhaps you can't afford a ticket to the game but still want to participate in all of the energy and excitement there. So by locating it immediately across the river from the stadium, you can hear the noise, you can see the fireworks, you can see the lights from the stadium, but you're watching it on a big screen in a much more communal environment in this waterfront plaza here. And if it were me personally, this is where I would prefer to watch that game rather than being cramped into one of those small stadium seats. I think this is a much more social and inclusive experience.
Michael, к сожалению, у нас просто нет больше времени.
Michael, unfortunately, we do not have time to carry on. Otherwise, we won't have any space left for the speakers. We apologize. You have a very interesting presentation about motivation, about working with flooded territories. But we have moved on to the next speaker. And this is going to be Ken Smith, director of the Ken Smith Workshop. And if possible, let's try to connect with him, and we'd like to have his presentation on the screen.
Здравствуйте, Кен, мы вас видим.
Ken, good day. We can see you well.
Present.
Сейчас откроют слайды.
Just a moment. We are opening them. We can see only you for now.
Начать с того, чтобы представить себя, и сейчас появится...
You can start from introducing yourself, but when we see your slides, you will move on to the presentation.
So I think today I was going to show two projects that I've worked on and talk about the sort of the current issues that are shaping design on the waterfront and recovery of these areas for public use. And I think the two major forces that I see shaping waterfront design today are really issues that are related to climate change and the issues of rising sea levels and storm surges and the need to build resilience into public spaces, coupled with the issues of social equity and how we create access for everyone and deal with issues of environmental justice in the design of public spaces. And so I think that these two factors are really driving a lot of the thinking about public space design today, and in particular waterfronts. I thought I would show two case studies, New York City, the East River waterfront that I've been working on, and the St. Petersburg, Florida, where I've been working on the waterfront and the reconstruction of the historic pier. And I'll start with St. Pete, which is an interesting city on the Tampa Bay in Florida. And St. Pete has a really quite visionary waterfront set of parks that you can see in green that wrap around the water's edge in the downtown area. And there's also a historic pier that has been built and rebuilt a number of times over the last 100 years. And so this project is replacing the pier that was built in the 1970s with a new pier, and to help revitalize the economy of downtown and to deal with the issues of climate change and to provide better social access. And I think the key things that we were trying to do here on this project was to provide diverse and inclusive spaces to really better connect the downtown to the waterfront, primarily for pedestrians and bicycles, and to de-emphasize the use of cars, to design for future climate change and to restore native habitats, and really to integrate an economic development initiative for downtown. So this is the pier that was finished this past year, and the old pier was a road that went out to a pierhead building, and part of the strategy of this project was to stretch the amenities and open space facilities all the way from the downtown edge out to the water. So there's a number of spaces. In the foreground, there's a public plaza. In the middle ground, over the water, there's an environmental center. And at the end, there's a large pierhead structure which has event space in it and restaurants and a performance lawn. Also in the foreground, there's a small beach. And it really draws on the environmental resources of the existing site and creates new environmental ecologies on the pier structure itself. And you can see that one of the main things that was done was that the entire pier has been lifted up to raise it above storm surge levels and rising sea levels. And so you can see how much we've actually changed the elevation of the new work here. And you can see how we've built in native plant communities into the structure of that new pier. And I think one of the things that we've always said on this project is that this project is available for everyone, whether you have 25 cents or $25. Everyone can find opportunities here. This is a public plaza which has a water feature for children, which is quite popular and quite dramatic in the evening. There's a tilted lawn which provides a vantage point for overlooking the harbor. Tampa and St. Pete are very flat, and so having an elevated vantage point is something that people very much enjoy. And then there are places where you can be by yourself, places of respite where you're actually engaged with the native plant communities. And I think the pier also gives a different vantage point for looking back at the city and understanding how the city and the bay are part of a larger urbanism, if you will. The other project I'll show is the East River Waterfront Esplanade and Piers in New York City that I've been working on. And this is part of a major initiative that came out of the Bloomberg administration for redeveloping all of the waterfronts around the city, and to think of the East River Waterfront and the Brooklyn Bridge Park and Governor's Island as related open space features that in scale start to rival Central Park. But instead of centrality, these waterfront parks are really dealing with the edge communities of the city. And one of the challenges was really dealing with the different neighborhoods that occur along the waterfront and understanding the neighborhood needs for access and the types of outdoor recreation that the communities desired, and providing equitable access for all of the various communities. And the site itself is complicated. It's built on old pile structures. It sits adjacent to and partially underneath an elevated highway. So it's not what you would call a pretty site or an inviting site inherently, but we were able to actually bring a lot of green and a lot of good social space to the site. So it's a space that is very heavily used and very active. And there's a diversity of experiences from respite to really hanging out and observing the water and meeting friends. And there are some elevated areas, again, so you can get a different perspective of the waterfront. And then this past year, we finished the last piece of this, which is Pier 35, which sits adjacent to a sanitation building. And so there's a large vine screen that separates the space from the sanitation building. And this project has a series of dunes and lawns and an innovative mussel habitat for restoration of the water sea life. And there's a diversity of experiences and really a lot of engagement with the water and access to the water. This is the mussel habitat. You can see high tide and you can see low tide. So this is something that's actually quite interesting because you can actually see the water movement over the course of a few hours of the day. And finally, it's really a place where you meet other people, people that you might not otherwise meet in your normal daily life, but it has a lot of good social engagement for people. And I think finally I would close by saying that it is important to restore our waterfronts. Most cities were built on rivers or lakes or seas, and the waterfront is really a source of life for our cities. It's important to think about resilience and how we deal with climate change and rising sea levels. We need to make waterfront accessible, and we need to provide for social equity. And I think this is a good formula for thinking about how we reclaim our rivers and streams and waterfronts in our cities. So thank you.
Ken, thank you so much. Thank you so much. As usual, very inspirational. Very inspirational in really the questions of climate change and how you make sure that rivers are accessible for everyone. These are two crucial questions for every country, for every city. In Russia, we certainly face these questions on a daily basis. Now we're going to Malaysia, where the question of droughts and climate change are very important. We'll listen to our colleagues who will tell us about the technologies that they are using to address these questions. Good afternoon. We can see you.
I'm just about to share my screen.
Just a second, we'll show your slides on the screen.
Can you see it?
Not yet, not yet. Just give us a couple of seconds. Maybe you can precede your presentation telling us about the work of your Department of Irrigation and Drainage, and we'll bring your slides on the screen.
Okay, I thought I'm about to share mine. So, okay, if you are bringing up the presentation from your side, okay, I'll just start with an overview of the River of Life program. The Malaysian government started an economic transformation program in 2010, and as a key component of that is to create more opportunities for businesses in Greater Kuala Lumpur, which is the capital city. So one of the main issues is to bring back the vibrancy of the Klang River, which is a major river that passes through Kuala Lumpur, and to make it more attractive as a living environment, also as a business environment, to encourage people to come to the city and live around the rivers. Over the years, massive changes have happened along the river, and we have looked at how a fast-growing city made changes to the environment and especially to the quality of the river itself. So we had issues with wastewater and sewage water going into the rivers and not properly treated. And we also lost a lot of its natural flora and its fauna. So what we did for the River of Life is actually to restore, to make it a vibrant environment again, and to bring back people to the water and to be comfortable and to create more activity around its banks. So with the River of Life program, it is a massive project attempting to do this. And if I can show it on the slides now.
Вы можете их вывести со своего экрана?
You can share your screen yourself. Can you share your screen yourself?
All right, I'll do that now. I will do that now. Can you see it? No?
Нет, пока не видим.
Not yet, not yet.
Just give me a minute, I'll check.
Сейчас их выведут. Сейчас выведут.
Our technicians are going to bring the slides to the screen, okay?
I'm trying to share it from my side, if it's possible. Can you see my slides? Because I'm sharing my screen now.
Нет, мы не видим.
No, not yet. But the organizers are going to show your slides from our side. They will... But meanwhile, you can continue with your story, and as soon as we see your slides, we'll get back to what you already told us. We apologize for that technical glitch.
Okay, the center of Kuala Lumpur is actually the confluence of two rivers, and at the center is where the city was born. And it is historically a floodplain area, and over the years, Kuala Lumpur has experienced a lot of floods. But since the beginning of the 21st century, the frequency of floods had increased. So what we did then was to introduce flood mitigation programs to solve this flood problem. So we were getting major floods at least twice, 3 times a year, which inundated quite a huge area. It could cover about a radius of about 500 meters to a kilometer. And this is actually in the business district of Kuala Lumpur. Hence, we introduced some flood mitigation measures to control the quantity of waters coming down. And the program that we introduced was called the KL Kuala Lumpur Flood Mitigation Plan. And one of the major projects that we had to introduce was the smart tunnel, which is actually a tunnel which serves both as a stormwater diversion as well as a traffic tunnel. So if we are still not seeing the slides, right?
Мы видим слайды, да. We do see your slides. We do see your slides. We see your slides.
All right, then, so I will...
You can go on.
Can you see the slides now?
Да, мы видим слайды, вы можете...
Yes, we can see your slides. You can change your slides and we'll see that as well.
Okay, so this is Kuala Lumpur, and that's the picture on the left and the bottom is how it was almost 70 years ago, and on the right is what it is today. So this is the slide which I explained on the Greater Kuala Lumpur program, and the entry point projects. 10 projects which we introduced to initiate the economic transformation, and entry point project 5 is the River of Life. And this is the history of flooding in Kuala Lumpur. And you can see that the pictures show that the center of Kuala Lumpur itself is very often flooded. And in 2007, we constructed the innovative smart tunnel, which is flood diversion tunnel as well as a traffic tunnel, because we also have a problem with traffic congestion. And upon the completion of these flood mitigation programs, we had to move to the next stage, which is the River of Life project. And with the River of Life project, it is built upon the flood mitigation program that we had before. And now that the flow of floods have been able to be controlled, we are now looking at how to clean the river. So here was what we did in the program that started in 2011. We have a program that starts with river cleaning and then going into river beautification and into river development. And under the river cleaning component, we had to improve the water quality of a 110-kilometer stretch of the Klang River, which is the major river that goes through the Kuala Lumpur. And after that, we had to go into the master planning and the beautification works of 10.7-kilometer stretch, which is the central part of Kuala Lumpur. And that stretch covers several landmark buildings, buildings which are over 100 years old and are iconic for the city. And finally, with what we've done, we hope that the development around the river, the economic investments will be spurred. And we are looking at potential government lands to be converted into commercial lands and to be tendered out to private developers. That's the whole picture of the River of Life. And it involves us bringing up a governance structure so that the River of Life project should be handled. Now, there are many agencies dealing with water in Malaysia, and this is partly one of the reasons why we have so many issues in managing. But under the River of Life, all these agencies and local authorities are brought together under one structure, in order for it to be well coordinated, and so that the programs that we initiate under the River of Life will be properly managed and carried out to its logical conclusion. Under the River of Life...
Простите, пожалуйста, нам
I apologize, but just can you sum it up, because we a little bit longer than we expected.
All right, I'm sorry. So this is the river beautification program, and we have already completed many facilities along the river, where we have brought in bicycle tracks and walking paths and public facilities all along the river, where once it was just bare and where it was usually at the back side of buildings. So we've turned the frontage from a back side of the building to the front. So the front side of buildings are now facing the river itself. So I will move quickly into what we've done with wastewater. They are all diverted to the treatment plants before it goes into the river. They are treated
мы можем
before.
приступить к следующему, просто не очень уважительно по отношению к спикеру.
We can proceed with the next speaker, but actually we cannot interrupt him. It won't be polite, all right?
Yes, this is my final slide. So this is what it is now today, and there's a lot of beautification done, and it has brought so many people back to the riverfront.
Тогда следующий наш спикер Томми Уэллс.
Our next speaker is Tommy Wells from Washington. Tony, over to you.
Мы не видим спикера на
But we cannot see you. We cannot see your slides. Can you share your screen? Tommy, now we can see you. Good afternoon.
Can you run my slides?
Да, сейчас включат ваши слайды.
We'll have them in a second.
As we get started, let me say how inspired I am from my colleagues that have, from around the world, that have been providing these presentations, that the River of Life is very much the same story for the river in Washington, D.C. And then Ken Smith, of course, with Michael, showed what's possible once we start reclaiming these waterfronts and to turn these industrial areas back to people is inspiring, I think, because as was noted earlier, almost all major cities in the world, almost all, started on some waterfront, whether it be rivers or oceans, ports. And we, in Washington, D.C., which you'll see when the slides come up, but like everyone else, it was our industrial highway. It was our industrial area to store coal, store gasoline, oil, and we fouled these areas. And what we have to do is you first have to clean them up. So next slide. And I think in Washington, D.C., it's 9 miles of the Anacostia River goes directly through Washington, D.C. And where our city is here because it's on the confluence of both the Anacostia and the Potomac rivers. And so these were our industrial highways. The Anacostia River is a tidal river, and it does not flush out or flow very fast. So a lot of the toxics and sediments build up on the Anacostia River, but we're also subject to the cleanliness of the river, to the watershed of the states above us. Next slide. So again, our city is here because it's the confluence of 2 rivers. Next slide. And part of that legacy is that our sewer system is a combined sewer system, that it was modern at the time, but that both stormwater and sewage were treated together, which again was modern at the time, but because of growth, it overflows of the number of people that now live in the city. And so sewage overflows into the rivers. And like in Kuala Lumpur, we also are putting in tunnels 100 feet down, 17 miles to serve as a stormwater reservoir so that after it stops raining, we can treat the water. But we also, our city dump used to be along the waterway in our poor part of town. The city dump was always on fire or smoldering. It was a legacy of this river that disadvantaged the poorest people, and the poorest people lived around the river. And then obviously the same is that whatever is on top of the ground gets swept into the river as kind of your sewage drainage ditch. Our river, the Anacostia River, was known as being one of the 10 dirtiest rivers in all of the U.S. And again, as the previous presenter showed, all of our buildings and industrial buildings faced towards the city and not towards the water. Next slide. And then we have now put in a tremendous amount of money and to put in this underground stormwater management system. That's almost $3 billion. We've already just opened up the first 7 miles of the tunnel, and it has diverted 90% of any overflows into the river, and it's starting to get cleaner. Next slide. And then our stormwater management, we are putting green infrastructure all across the city, as we had heard about, I think Michael and others talking about how do you capture water on top of the ground so it can be filtered in, and it also helps, you know, the side benefit that we're finding with the stormwater tunnels that we're putting in is that it's helping mitigate climate change, where we're having microbursts of great amount of rain in the city. We're getting flooding inside the city because of climate change, where it used to be only related to the rivers. And so these tunnels now help manage that. And then additionally, the other things that we've done is that we've taken drainage ditches and we've turned them back into streams, kind of as God had intended, that instead of these drainage ditches just to get water out of the city, they now, we turn them back into wild rivers. The water seeps back down or streams, and they're starting to work as they were intended to work. And so the stormwater management goes hand in hand, obviously, with the sewage management. And then the other thing that we've done is we have a program where we sell stormwater credits, that if other places in the city that you'll capture stormwater, that when you build downtown and you can't capture the stormwater we require, you can buy credits from other parts of the city so that private investment continues to help transform the waterways. So next slide.
Tommy, к сожалению, у нас буквально...
Tommy, unfortunately, we have only 1 minute. Just can you conclude your presentation? We apologize because we're running out of time.
Go to the last slide, but let me say, the next thing to clean up is the river bottom, the sediment, PCBs, and other legacy toxins. To clean up the river bottom so people trust and be a part of the rivers again is the last change. And then also, we manage trash with a plastic bag fee. We stop using styrofoam. We do all these things together, and then the private investment has come back to the river, and we have a destination again, and we're very proud of the waterfront at the Anacostia River, and the taxes and the commerce has come back. And so again, inspiring stories from my colleagues, and come see us in Washington, D.C., but on the website, these are the links to learn more about how we're cleaning up the river in the different programs we have. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you so much.
This was impressive and useful information. I invite everyone to go on this website and read more about this project. And now we're coming back to Russia. We're going to Kamchatka and Forest. Elvira, please share your experience with us. Good day. I'll tell you briefly about the forest and the specifics of relations with waterfronts between the citizens in our cities. Our rivers are huge. You can't put them into the pipes. They're waiting for your slides. They're really massive. And let's talk about the participation of our rivers in the life of the cities. Unfortunately, that's the wrong presentation. But let's work with what we have. The forest. We, per citizen, we have 10 times more water than on average in Russia. In all the capitals in the forest, there is either the sea, the ocean, or the river. All the territories are intensely connected with the river and the waterfront. And it means that water is really the part of our life, day-to-day life of the city. It's where people walk, where they eat, where they spend their lives. But it also creates new challenges for us. Our rivers challenge us because there is ice, there is rising water level, but sometimes we have to think about our safety. If you're talking about embankments, waterfronts, first of all, we of course need to strengthen them, enhance, to make sure that they're safe and also part of the city. Capital intensity is tens of thousands of millions. It's more expensive than just creating sport facilities or runways for runners. There are some projects implemented. For example, one of them, that's the project in Magadan. This is really the northern city, and in Magadan region, we have the strongest wind throughout Russia. It's also the coldest region, but we also have in the far east the sunniest cities. That's why we have to take this into account when creating the waterfronts. We have the park in Magadan. The citizens themselves, they decided about the concept, and now they do it together with the support of the federal state. We have also some projects in Blagoveshchensk city. There are about 8 kilometers of embankment being enhanced. The whole infrastructure is being created there, and there is engagement of people into the sport. And there is a project in Khabarovsk. Waterfront includes housing, sports infrastructure, and it's going to be the largest embankment with a length of 9 kilometers. It's really impressive by the scale and by the capital needed for implementation. There are also several projects on the horizon of several years, embankments in Ulan-Ude city and Khabarovsk city. These projects will be linked with the new concept of development of the forest districts. It's been implemented by the Ministry of the Development. It's one of the new measures for the support of the forest. Before, all the measures were focused on attracting investments and improving the investment climate, Port of Vladivostok and similar projects. But right now, we attract developers and improving the quality of life, creating a new norm and standards for our citizens. We are going to do a lot for improving our embankments, new concepts. The new pilot project is going to happen in Ulan-Ude, Chita, and Khabarovsk, and we are going to announce it. We are going to sign the first agreements at the Far Eastern Economic Forum, and we do hope we will be able to strengthen security, and we'll be able to participate to engage rivers. We want rivers to be even the better parts of the cities. Thank you very much for your understanding our time limits. You were rather brief and it was very clear. So now we can travel throughout Russia. If you're interested in embankments, you can go to Moscow, Kazan, and Far East. And we invite you to go more into the rivers, and I hope you see more different points where you can interact with water. Thank you for participating.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, we move on with our next session. It has a really very inspiring name, the policy of comfort. How can we build the best city on the world? I think we all know which city we are talking about, and I hope our international speakers are not offended with this idea. For the last 10 years, we had incredible changes with our city. Moscow has been transformed, and now we're considered to be a city which is a leader by the comfort of the city environment. We continue improving all the methods and skills that we have in order to move towards the ideal situation. What kind of ideal are we going to achieve? That's what we are going to discuss with our speakers. And what can we do to make sure that this ideal is standard or universal, or maybe everyone has the ideal that he or she needs personally? Because we want our citizens to be able to find the ideal. I'm happy to represent our star speakers. Alexey Yeliseyev, head of the Department of Major Structural Repair. Grigory Vaulin, CEO, Group of Companies Ferrostroy. Kirill Tesler, head Architecture Bureau Tesla Architects. New Cities Foundation, John Rossand. Maxim Sansonov, Marketing Director of Tashir Estate. Marta Schwartz, founder of Marta Schwartz Partners Landscape Bureau. First of all, I'd like to move to Alexey Yeliseyev. Alexey, please tell us about your interesting journey. The Department of Major Repairs has been developing evolutionary for all this time, and you felt lots of tendencies, a lot of trends, and you are within this stream of modernization. There were lots of interesting changes and problems. Alexey, what can you mention specifically, and what is your future? Thank you very much. I think this session is very interesting. Move closer to the microphone, please. This is a very interesting session, and I'd like to thank everyone. We know lots of you, and we've been working together. We've been walking for many kilometers on foot, and it's not just a figure of speech. We've been walking, discovering the city. As for the policy, comfort, it's not about policy. I would say that comfort is just the requirement, which is something that our citizens have. They want to have comfort in their life. And if we are talking about a superstar city, we are fighting for humans, we are fighting for citizens. Comfort is one of the important prerequisites. Convenience and the speed of movement, mobility, all of these factors are important conditions in this fight for people. Peter, I don't agree with you when you said we were working a lot. I would say that we are still working, and we are just in the beginning of this journey. Let's remember how the city of Moscow looked like 10 years ago. No order in parking, lots of fences, barriers everywhere, lots of lack of free space, and people were visiting the city, trying to go sightseeing. They would go to the Red Square or to Arbat Street. Now they can go to the Garden Circle, they can go to the Riadia. There are lots of sites which are attractive for tourists. They are something which is in high demand by people. We are creating very good urban space. Here we've been successful. What else is important? Well, it's important that we transform the public opinion. Let's remember years 2017, 2018. Oh, difficult year 2017. That sounds very interesting historically. We had lots of objects to work on, the garden ring and others. People were really very negative about it because they were saying renovation is everywhere in the street, too many cables, too many engineering connections everywhere, not possible to move around the city. Now they have different attitude. And before the forum, we started very interesting voting. Index of the urban happiness. What's happiness in the city? Warmth in this house, fresh air, good, well equipped with amenities, parks. And you see this voting is still going on. It will finish on the 4th of July. But you see that well-equipped streets, parks, plazas, they are on the first place. That's what's most important for our citizens. And you see that our work has shown success. There is no direct economic effect from re-equipping public spaces. When we start working with some objects, we ask ourselves the question, what's the potential of this object? And we think about the number of people visiting, we talk about turnover, we talk about the cost of real estate there, and we see significant improvement in all the indicators, 2, 3, 4 times. How did it all start? We started with the work of the big team of architects and conceptual designers. They've changed the approach to creating public spaces. They were assessing it not by the kilometers of asphalt, but by the feeling that citizens will have in this space. They've done really huge, massive efforts. And now we've formed the framework of regulations. We have the law on land improvement. We have good standards and requirements. It's been 6 or 7 years since all these norms have been published. And now we are coming back to this atlas of best solutions. I think my colleague will tell you more about it later, but this is a great process. It's like the alphabet for urban designers, for constructors, for developers. We need to measure many parameters about every object, and architects should be able to answer lots of questions. Urban planners, green developers, they work with the green space, and then there are developers and engineers. It's a lot of people, and they should work smoothly together. So what has been done? We've reconstructed this frame of historical streets. We've changed the history, and now we can go outside of the city center. We started working with parks further away from the center. Now we're creating landmarks there. Moscow is a unique city. And it's unique not only because of the general plan, this circle system of the streets. It's also unique due to the rivers. And now we pay a lot of attention to the development of the Moscow River. In the past years, we've redeveloped Krasnoprestinskaya, Luzhnetskaya embankments. And we work with the canals, we work with Raushska and Sofiysk embankments. We're going to continue. We have 18 kilometers of spaces at the riverfront. It's absolutely new feeling for the citizens. But we have not only Moscow River. Together with Kirill, we have an interesting Yauza project. It's a near the Yauza River project. And we are going to work near Saturn River. It's more than 400 hectares of territory. We create new parks. We create sport facilities which are interactive. There will be skiing pistes. And look at this Yauza project. And the length of it is 40 kilometers. There are no pedestrian streets crossing, no car roads crossing. It's absolutely unique route. More than 5 million people live around this areas. They don't need to go somewhere to Bitsevsky Park or Sokolniki to get access to green zones. They have everything next to their home. They can use this. They can move freely in these zones. And we have this unified pedestrian space from Kad to Vdenha. It's going to give a different dynamics to the city. We should talk also about some unique projects such as Tufileva Rosha Park and some others. But we are not only creating them as landmark objects, but we are creating synergy. We work together with developers. It's amazing when we have major projects being developed and new houses built. A good example is this one on this slide. Close cooperation with lots of developing structures. We take into account their plans, their potential in building housing, because we create transport infrastructure, engineering infrastructure according to their plans. And as a result, we get fully fledged, multifunctional public spaces. We're not talking only about developing new territories. Moscow used to be highly industrial, and now we have lots of deserted places, and they are being redeveloped. For example, Hodinskaya field, it used to be a huge deserted space of the former aerodrome. People live around it, but they don't have any parks there. Now there is metro station, and in that deserted place now there is Hodinsky Park. New park created, and it's used not only with those who live nearby. It's popular with many Muscovites, because now there are new shopping centers such as Avia Park, there is metro, there are CSKA stadiums, a completely different number of people traveling there. There is another project that's technical types of sports in Pechatniki. It was also a deserted area. 2 million cubic meters of waste, communal waste, was moved out of there, and now there is a special park, technical sports park. You can practice motocross, you can ride cars, and this is the basis for further development. It's near the Moscow River. We go to Marina and Kapotnya regions at 30 kilometers of the unified park space for those who work in the southeast part of Moscow. That's changing the lives of people. We don't want to stop there. What are your next big landmark projects? Oh, my street project is now doesn't have an end. We will never be bored with this project. As for the future, we will continue developing the center, because right now we worked with main streets, but we are going to change to think about changing streets paradigm to the micro-district paradigm. We are creating new projects such as the theater quarter, theater district near Chapligina Street. There will be something similar created. We want to have special micro-district near Arbat Street as well. There is a very interesting project around Tsvetnoy Boulevard, and we have also star project, stars public spaces, for example, big city. Here we need to pay our attention to it because those who have been finishing construction, they are going to move away, and we need to continue working with public spaces there. Certain rivers, it's amazingly interesting space, and some main roads which are being created there. Transport development, that's another sector. Moscow central diameters, development of metro, circle line. We're doing a lot there.
We're creating convenient intermodal intersections, hubs. So that's a very interesting story. I would like to abuse your time, but let me just conclude within 1 minute. What is very important to create up the urban planning, and this is just the top of the iceberg. At the same time, beneath you may find a big technological revolution. Before we do the external beautification, engineering companies have to come to change the communications, the pipes, the pipings, and thus creating the reserve for the time to come. Thank you so much, Alexei. Actually, the nature is entering the city very actively, and we discussed that at the Green Cities panel. That's clearly very important due to very different climate changes, and we just survived through a very hot week. This heat wave was a very challenging thing, and the burnt-out trees did not actually help us because this was the only way to find a shadow in the street. We have to fight somehow against the climate change. Therefore, I'd like to pass the floor to Marta Schwartz, our friend and partner on many projects. Marta?
Are you here? Are you with us? Марта. Пока Марта готовится, хотел сказать...
While Marta is getting prepared to take the floor, I said that a little bit more than a year ago, when the pandemic broke out and when we started working from home, Marta delivered a brilliant lecture on the climate change.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, this is Peter, so you can start.
Okay. Hey, Peter. Okay, thanks. I haven't been able to understand your Russian. I can't quite get to the translator, so you'll have to tell me what everybody's been talking about.
Okay, we're talking about how great are you, and we really want to hear your voice and see your presentation. That's the main point.
Well, that's a waste of time, Peter. That's a waste of time, but thank you. You know, I have to say, I've been thinking about comfortability, and I don't really... It has just been this morning where I realized exactly what you need to do for Moscow. And it will only take about 2 minutes, which means I probably don't have to do my presentation. And the bigger topics that you guys really need to think about, number one, which I am talking about, are the climate impacts you guys are going to be dealing with in climate change. And most people don't really understand about climate change because we're going to keep on heating up the world from 50 to 100 years. It's not like if we stop all emissions that everything's fine. It's not true. The world will continue to heat up. So we have to think about that in terms of comfortability. But of course, at big scales, it's not about whether you have comfortable chairs. It's really what are you going to do to protect yourself. And I would say that one of there's an issue of urgency here. And then the next thing is that the only thing that will really help any city is in terms of dealing with the urban heat island effect, is to just plant as many trees as you possibly can to deal with it. There is no other answer. And it is the most dangerous of all the climate impacts, is urban heat island effect. So green infrastructure, green, green, green. Every city needs to do that. And then the last thing I want to say, I guess before I get started, because then I really don't have anything more to say, is that we have to really start to think about self-sufficiency for our cities. And that is because we're going to need food and water, just really basics. And we're going to have to provide them for every country is going to have to be on its own because we're not going to be trading food. Although I know both China and Russia are thinking that they can be like the world's food basket, and that may be true for a time, but in terms of a spiraling climate, that will not last forever because it'll just get too high. But self-sufficiency for cities and for countries is going to be absolutely necessary in the future. And what you can do for Moscow, what I think is the biggest thing that can be designed for comfortability, because I've been in Moscow, I know Moscow, I've done studios on Moscow on the sixth ring road, which is really hilarious. It was really good fun. You're going to have to figure out how to reduce the scale, the framework of the city. It's just too big. And that is probably fundamental to making it a comfortable city. Is that when you really see how big the housing, areas are, they're so big that you need transport to even get to the subway. The transport within Moscow has to be changed to be much more granular and smaller so you can get the cars out. It was designed for cars, but in order to be able to be self-sufficient and for the city to work, you're going to have to really create a more granular city where there are really more compact, more dense neighborhoods that are self-sufficient, that also have areas for mixed use. So it goes to this idea of the 15-minute city, which worked for some cities, not so much for others, but I think it would be a perfect solution to making Moscow a lot more comfortable if people could actually be densified, use the greenery that you have. You have tons of greenery, but there's really no real purpose for that. You have to repurpose those green areas. You're going to need to have, urban agriculture. You can do that. You have all this space, but your spaces need to be made smaller so that you can really plan for doing much more specific planting of what you need, and that there are enough people who can actually be with one another and create a community, which means that all these giant housing lots really need to be broken down. So, okay, I haven't started my lecture yet, but maybe that's all that needs. I don't know. I mean, I can tell you about, climate change and go through that. You're going, you guys are going to get too much water, not enough water. It's going to get hotter. You're going to be dealing with, a lack of water, too much water, lack of food, too much food, but it's going to continue to change. Anyway, I know I wrote all this stuff and I have all sorts of things to show, but honestly, I don't,
let's just talk. Yeah, let's just generally talk. Yeah. Let's talk. So what do you think? You quite an interesting thing when you say like repurpose of the greenery, because one of the big steps that Moscow is now also going to face is actually working a lot with big green parks, big green spaces. That we have. How do you really think that we need to repurpose them somehow? Because like what we are thinking here is that when you're kind of looking for an escape from the city, you are finding it in the woods, in the forest, which should be kind of wild. And you could be there with your family, you could be there alone, just meditating and, listening to the birds and to the sound of the leaves. Why do you think we need to repurpose that?
Well, because of people and needing communities that are organized to be able to work in a more granular way. I think that the idea of these big infrastructures that we have created our 20th century cities around, first of all, they're...
We lost We lost the sound somehow. I think you pushed some kind of a button there, no? The microphone is working? Now we can hear you, unfortunately. Okay, Martin, maybe you'll be back with us at some point. Please just jump in when you figure out what is the technical problem. Okay? Ну, давайте так. Давайте Марта, я надеюсь, к нам вернется.
Well, I hope that Marta will be back, and I'm passing the floor to Alexandra Sitnikova, who already today was mentioned more than once due to an enormous work on creating comfortable environment.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Let's move on. Okay. I need my presentation. Colleagues, I suggest that still we have a technical problem. Let's download Ms. Sitnikova's presentation, and we'll get back to Marta end of the session. We do not have too much time, unfortunately. This is a wrong presentation.
Что-то похоже на ту презентацию, которая готовилась.
Does it look like what you prepared for today's panel? No.
Так, может быть, мы тогда... Давайте смотрите. Если у нас такая чехарда...
Well, while we have this technical glitch, can you download John Rosan's presentation? Can you do that? John Rosan, can you download it? Okay, Kirill? Kirill? Can you start, Tesla? Okay. Let's have Kirill now, and then we'll get back to other colleagues. Okay. We'll try to sort it out. Can I have a clicker? Okay, over to you.
Да, я хотел бы представить Кирилла.
I'd like to introduce to you Kirill Tesler, who was already mentioned in the framework of Yauze Embankment project, really a very unique project in essence today with Alexei Shaposhnikov. We tried to find something similar to that project, and we failed to do that. We compared that to Madrid-Rio, an 8-kilometer stretch. This one is 16 kilometers stretch. We tried to compare that to huge Chinese projects, but they are not implemented yet. But this one, in 2 or 3 years, would be totally completed. What's the attitude to waterfront, to the water environment in the city? Well, actually, our project is in the pipeline, and by September, we'll see the very first stage completed. Generally speaking, about the green environment, I must say that Alexei spoke about lots of hallmark projects which are being implemented at a global level, and that's very good for the residents, because in big cities people feel a lot of stress. You have to get relaxed somehow and interact with the live nature, because this is the very best way actually you can get relaxed. We really see that there are such spaces there that we have to regard that as single green carcass. They have to interact also with the transportation infrastructure, that these environments are somehow interconnected, complement to each other, and work for the benefit of the city. When we proceed with a green carcass, and this is what we're doing, we are dealing with River Moscow and other components. We will change the approach to beautify the city. We'll retain the green diversity, biodiversity. We'll develop the biological potential will engage certain sports facilities. Now, more than 20% of Muscovites are doing sports, and they prefer to do sports in parks and open space, and certainly we are very much supported by that. So last winter we noticed that people are using bicycles, riding bicycles around the year. Speaking in terms of figures, this is about 3.5 million people who on a daily basis are doing sports in the open air in Moscow. Out of them, most of people are opting for riding bicycle or for cycling or for jogging. Before the pandemic, more than 50,000 people took part in some running festivals and marathons. Only 30,000 of them took part in the Moscow Marathon. So it means that such infrastructure is very much demanded for. The linear parks help us to create some routes to help people get prepared for triathlon, for Moscow Marathon, and to diversify the potential of the sports grounds, not just about jogging or doing other exercises. 42 kilometers of running lanes without necessity to cross the streets, stopping at the intersections without having to deal with the vehicles. That would be just great. And we are doing that following the instruction of the Capital Overhaul Department. We are beautifying the Yauza River embankment. That would be an environmental park located on both banks of the Yauza and the Chernyanka rivers. It is more than 20 kilometers long, and it actually brings together two entities of the Russian Federation, Moscow and the Moscow region. And therefore, it offers a lot of opportunities for mixed use. At the same time, if we do appropriate measurement, it will give us more than 40 kilometers of different routes. First thing we measured is how can we create those continuous uninterrupted routes. Bridges have to be addressed because sometimes they act as obstacles. We have to somehow overcome these bridges and to connect these spaces, these territories. Doing the big data analysis, we can note the following fact. The density of the population on both banks of the river next to this park, the density of the activity of the people, social and commercial functions are not performed very well. But at the same time, map number 3 shows that the white dots of connectivity between the park and the city, this is a kind of a gap, means that the park is not connecting, but rather disintegrating the city and the park. So every project prior to that project existed on its own. There was no connectivity between the businesses and the city itself. This is the connectivity index. There were some gaps in the vicinity of Medvedkovo, etc. So it means that your project brings a social effect. An integration of the districts. That's right. It's a social integration and transportation integration. We provide for connectivity in terms of the social effect. Any designing, and now it has become a standard for Moscow that you start communicating to people, talking to people. We made several foresight sessions when people were approaching the mayor, and these sessions confirmed our lab data. there were some samplings from social media where people would be asked about comfortable, convenient routes from home to school, from home to bus stops to metro, and now we can see the first results of the first legs to be launched. And active construction is being done to the Chernyanka River. As in a case, as an example, I can draw a pedestrian walkway from Yurlova block of flats to school. So before, actually, they would spend about 25 minutes as far as they had to reach a bridge and then get back to school. Now they can cross the river within just 5 minutes. Giving up cars for the sake of just walking through the park, that's very beneficial. Linear, lengthy parks certainly would impact the whole city. The connectivity between the outskirts and the downtown of the city would help you to get from one point to another within just 15 to 20 minutes. We are creating unique cycling infrastructure, which would transmit into other projects, for instance, cycling road or bicycling path from Moscow to St. Petersburg. And we see that the residents of Mytishi are using that lane in order to get to metro. Unfortunately, we have to wrap it up. Thank you so much, Kirill. Unfortunately, we don't have time at all, and we spent some time on the technical problems. But now I'd like to get back to what Alexei spoke about and what concerns beautifying and beautified territory. Certainly, it improves the investment attractiveness. I'd like to pass the floor to Maxim Samsonov from Tashir State Company, one of the leading Moscow developers. Now there is a new area in which they are living, a new cluster of housing, which is called Future Class. Can you tell us in more detail about that? That's a really new story about equality in public spaces.
Good day. Actually, that's a new story. They've just made it more universal. They packed it well, and now it looks like the very well finished product. Our company specializes in housing of business class and up, and because of that, we think that notwithstanding of the class, comfort, business, or premium, no one wants to lack infrastructure. Why shouldn't I have infrastructure even if I buy housing of comfort class? It's not fair. Why should I have less opportunities for development, for leisure activities, even if I'm not located in the business class location? When we build our housing complexes, they are actually very different. We have Tower City complex. It's, I would say, best explained by the future class concept. The total area of the project is 16 hectares. And we have school, we have kindergarten. For that, we have just 3 hectares. And we would say that's a significant proportion, important idea, I mean. And many developers use this amount of space for developing the territory. So we give our residents not just one space for children of 2 ages, for example, but we want to have micro segments. I mean, we have 25 sport playgrounds, not counting the full-scale stadium and paths for running, for cycling, because all the people who live there, they should get opportunities of the micro-city. All the infrastructure which is there outside, for example, there is lockdown, God forbid, if we have self-isolation regime again, the whole infrastructure, it's secondary. because they have everything already inside this complex. Future class. For this, we think there are 4 main criteria, and we try to stick to it from the very first stage of planning. First of all, orientation on the active society, community. That's why we have community manager function, job of a community manager. This is a person who finds out what is interesting for people. He holds surveys and he changes functions. We have 8 stages because we have 8 blocks of housing, and when we just build into the first block, we have spoken with everyone and we know what they need, and by 2024, when we finish the whole project, we'll be able to provide individual concept for each of the houses. It's very important. We can change the promenade. It's a living organism, so that's good if you can have a chance to talk to potential residents, because the developer just provides support, but the buyer already has a concept in his mind. So they know what they need from the environment. Second thing, developed infrastructure, and we see the good balance between developed areas and the housing itself. The pandemic made some changes to our original plan, because when we plan, we think about infrastructure, thinking about the future needs of our residents. Needs that they will have in 5-7 years. Now we are studying trends, new applications, some services which are at the initial stage of their development, so that when people start living in our house, they don't use services of the past century. They use something which is very trendy. We invest a lot into high-tech services. We are creating one super app for our residents, and in this app, you'll be able to get information about everywhere. You'll get opportunity to get delivery to any point of the complex. There's also automatic information from all the meters, electricity and water meters, for example, from your flat. So there are lots of delivery services, but we want to have our delivery service app our own, proprietary for our complex. Everything will be concentrated in one app. I hope it will be more affordable, economically more affordable for our citizens as compared to other services. Maxime, we talked about new green routes. Those which are planned in the cities, they are very convenient for delivery guys, because they are cycling, they go by scooters, those who save us during lockdown. Yes, of course, and technologies help them to get easy access. It's a no-barrier environment. That's one of the characteristics of the future class. Even somebody who is not very experienced on riding a scooter, he wants a trip. We will have closed backyards, and it will be easy to get access without getting special passes and permits to enter the backyard. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll be very brief. All these ideas which are being implemented through different projects, they are actually on the surface. We just need to know how to connect real users or future residents, or those who are visionaries. We could do it at any stage of the development. Branding and design was developed by Artemy Lebedev, designer. He's a very famous visionary, and Ilya Varlamov, another visionary, helped us a lot. We have a girl who has 2 square meters, and she has 4 children living with her, so she knows a lot about design in the space, in a flat, in an apartment. And she knows well how to survive with people, with children of different ages, how to create a sports ground, a playground for children of all the ages. Thank you very much, Maxime. Martha is now online. That's great. We're going to have a very interesting session.
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please, can you continue about the idea of working with big green spaces? Yeah. What do you suggest us to do? We have maybe 2-3 minutes to listen to you.
Oh, okay. Well, I can hear my echo. Wow. Okay. Listen. No. I mean, it isn't just about the green space. It's about recomposing the city into smaller pieces where it's more dense, but also, if we're talking about comfortability, you know, that you're redesigning the city for comfort, meaning you don't have to get in the car, you don't have to go to the subway every time you go to work, or if you want to go shopping or anything like that. I mean, we're trying to, I mean, the idea is to make a more compact neighborhood where there are more things in it. So how you would do that, it's a great thing you have space, but the space is also taking up space. And it's, you know, you have these giant housing projects where you have to drive around just to get around the same housing project. They're too big. They're too big if you want comfortability. And that's where a lot of these cities are going now. Paris, Barcelona, New York. I mean, you know, it's how do you make smaller pieces of a city that are more self-sufficient and more of a community. That is comfort. That's comfort. To be able to do that, to go down, get some milk, to be able to go to a close-range health clinic, to be able to go to a movie and walk there. I mean, smaller neighborhoods. You guys had really designed this a long time ago for tanks and, you know, and celebrations. It needs to be made smaller, and you have the room to do it. But yes, of course, the open space is important, but if it's all about trees, what are you going to do when you're going to need to kind of create food? Or what if you can create food in an area that would support a much smaller group of people? You know, it's about really thinking about how to make Moscow into smaller areas where people can live together more in a communal way. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be very important for climate change. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Actually, we will have another developer talking a little bit later, and we will address this question to him, to Grigori. Thank you so much, Marta. Please stay with us, and we will discuss this a little bit more. Can we? Мы можем поставить презентацию Александра.
Can we have Alexandra's Sitnikova presentation?
Да, спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. I'd like to come back to one of the previous topics. At the initial stage, before we moved to redeveloping spaces, in the year 2014, we started doing a lot within the My Street project. And Martha Schwartz, amazing architect, helped us with that. In 2015, we were doing the streets around the Detsky Mir shop. Back then, the urban land improvement programs were solving the following challenges: how to make sure that the street service is smooth, how shall we arrange the benches, we shouldn't forget garbage bins, we should think about lights. They were just physical quality issues. But right now we are used to the city, these requirements are standard, and we feel very comfortable there. Development and greenery, they are absolutely the fact of norm for us. They're basic requirements. And right now, when we design public spaces, we think not only about day-to-day routine comfort and the typical list of comforts. We try to anticipate future needs. Concept of the comfortable city yesterday was about comfort, physical comfort, and now we think that comfort city is something else. Now we are talking about healthy city. And now a couple of words about that. When we design the comfortable city today, we are planning the healthy city, as I've said already. And this is possible to do only if we have systemic work with the public realm, when we focus not only on the citizen, but we also focus on the understanding reactions and emotions of a human being, when we think about making the processes more healthy. So healthy processes, what is that? I would say that here we pay attention to some things which are not very practical, but they really affect the well-being of a person. For example, efficiency of the space, engaging people in all the processes, assessment of projects which have been implemented. Healthy city, that's about programming the space. And when we know all the characteristics, biological, psychological, social factors that affect the health of a human being, here we can make big changes. That's a psycho and physical model of a human being. Cities should provide all the conditions for satisfying needs of all these three spheres. Biological conditions, that's something that affects our body, and of course, when we talk about that, we should think about noise in the city, polluted air, polluted water. So we take into account all these factors when we plan. We should think about the environment during the pandemic times and post-pandemic times. I'm not sure where the pandemic is still with us. We have difficulties with traveling, and in modern projects, all of this is taken into account, and that's included in the design. We create a space which motivates people to move, not only athletes, but also those who are not very much engaged in sporting processes. But when we have such infrastructure, it motivates people to lead a more active and healthy life. When we have active life, there are less risks of obesity, heart diseases, and people live longer.
Через призму социальных условий можно пропустить практически все типовые решения и подходы к проектированию среды. На этот компонент, пожалуй, наиболее ярко.
This health component includes several factors. All of them are mentioned on the slide. Social integration. That's something what we do when we plan playgrounds. Before, we had different zones for different ages. Maybe you remember how it looked like. We had good zoning depending on the age of a child. And not often we had playgrounds where it was possible to find equipment for children with disabilities. So there was the request to slide down, to go on a swing, to play in a sandpit. That's not a bad request, but now the request for playing is much more inclusive, and we shouldn't have well-programmed playgrounds. We need to have playgrounds where it doesn't matter how old you are, what are your physical and mental abilities, you would be able as a child to play role games, study nature, communicate with adults, and so on. So that's multi-purpose type of playground. Healthy human being, we need good psychological conditions for that. And how could that be achieved? We should program the use of this space. Before, we were planning different spaces physically, so it was like a physical cover. But now we are thinking about emotions, the thinking process, and only after that we choose the project physical decision, solution for a certain task. Modern citizens, they don't simply need to go from point A to point B. We need to give them different scenarios. For example, today I want to go through the park. It's the shortest way, and tomorrow I want to go there with my dog, and tomorrow possibly I'll go jogging there. I need a good running path, or maybe I need a cycling path. Approach is universal, but solutions will be different. Safety. Some time ago, we thought that safety, it's safety for pedestrians, good pedestrian crossing, good lighting. For us now, safety, that's something which will motivate social inclusiveness, and this creates the feeling of trust and relaxation. I'll try to speed up. Health processes. We need to make processes in the city healthier. We will monitor processes, analyze results of the implemented projects. And in order to achieve that, in order to be able to assess the project, we've developed the comprehensive model of assessing effects of projects. It was done at the request of the Department of Major Repairs. This is a flexible tool for assessing and monitoring environmental and social changes in the environment. In this project, we had 4 different sectors of effects, and all of them include, in total, 16 categories and 37 indicators, depending on their efficiency in assessing the outcome of the project. When we have a comprehensive model used for assessing effects, we will get specific numbers which show the efficiency, and we'll be able to know what to take from these projects to other projects, and we'll be able to take into account some strengths and weaknesses of specific projects. And the last thing, Atlas of Good Decisions, it's been mentioned today already. If you want to increase efficiency of the development projects, we need to systematize the approach to such projects and minimize typical mistakes. This will help us to save money, and it will help in many ways. When we implement projects, we shouldn't only pay attention to physical characteristics of the materials used for projects, but we should also monitor possible errors in all the processes when citizens use our spaces, so at all the stages or life stages of an object. This guide has 3 chapters, and it talks about all these stages: designing, construction, and implementation.
This concludes my remarks, and thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Really a very interesting work, and I hope that after the session I will get my copy of your work, if it is possible, certainly. And an anniversary one, certainly. I'd like to pass the floor to Gregory Vaulin, one of the most experienced Moscow developers. And I know that you have lots of very interesting projects related to beautified embankments. Tell us about that project, please. I will tell you not only about the beautification, but also about money, just in order to resuscitate the atmosphere. Traditionally, today we showed embankments, we spoke about beautifying, and we have something to do about that as well. Look, Moscow River is 80 kilometers long, and with all the influxes, that makes about 200 kilometers. But out of that, 3.5 kilometers were beautified by us. 2 projects are there, juxtaposed. That's the southern port. A big project, 33 hectares, 1 million square meters, and 2 kilometers of embankment. So this project at the moment is under design. This year and next year will start work. This project has already been implemented, 1.5 kilometers long. And look, it looks nice, so nice. Let me quote several figures. We have 10,000 residents in River Park, and 8,000 people are coming from adjacent territories, neighboring territories. That means that about 20,000 people are walking along our embankments. Before the territory was closed, it used to be an industrial zone, just 100 lessors and 5 security guards would be walking. Now it is very much beautified. Back in 2015, we made an international contest. That's a thing which works. You do not invest heavily, but you have a lot of public relations feedback. We got 54 applications of bids from Italy, Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Italy, etc. Now this project already came true. We followed the same route this year. In 2021, we completed a tender international contest for the master plan and for the construction. Look at the list of contenders: Niken, PLP, MLA, superstars of the global architecture. They all welcomed our tender, and you will see that embankment in a couple of years. This is what we already built. Just a couple of cases, couple of examples. A fitness area, Christmas tree, fishermen, bridges, a school, etc. And it turns out that our residents no longer have to go to their country houses, countryside houses. Actually, they can spend their time there. This is about comfortability. Several figures again. Look at how the value goes up. And it goes up not only because of the beautification, but also because of the market. But the middle part is when we made the very first embankment stretch, and the second one when we completed the embankment. Building and beautifying is very commercially viable and profitable. If the city doesn't see an immediate effect or sees that later on in terms of the taxes, we saw that immediately. So we earned some money, and I will show you a bit later how much we earned. The city got 3.5 kilometers of beautified, retrofitted embankment, and people got nice-looking environment to spend time on weekends and in the evening. So these peaks actually attributable to when you completed the embankment. Right. What about the percentage? Well, in absolute figures, you see that we invested 7,000 rubles per 1 square meter, and we got 10,000 rubles per 1 square meter. So it means 50% for the revenue. So the project completely paid back, and we even earned on that. So we invested 2 billion rubles, and we got 1 billion rubles incrementally. 1.4 billion rubles were invested into the yards, and 600,000 million on the embankment. Well, quite big money. Well, this is a different story. I just wanted to tell you that it's very profitable to invest into the beautification. Actually, meters, square meters no longer matter. People are buying the lifestyle, so you can compare how it used to be and how it looks now. But there are some difficulties, some challenges. It won't be right if I don't mention that. What goes on? There are no unified or single city standards, or at least we, the private investors, do not follow city or urban standards. When we beautify the embankment, we do it as we believe is necessary. when we later on hand the embankment over to the city, there might be some problems at the operational stage. For instance, the components and spare parts. So once something broke out, actually have to order the spare part, and as far as there are no standards, it would be an individual order. Also, the watering systems, so they are all individual as well. I asked that question, and I'm not sure whether it would address the whole problem at all. So that's about the atlas. I would need that copy as well. So once the southern port is being beautified, we have to be guided by some regulations, unified regulations. And the question goes to Alexei probably. What do we have to be guided by when we are beautifying these embankments? In essence, I suggest that we take that atlas and make a separate session, individual session, and discuss that within the department. Okay, I just highlighted this problem. Thank you so much, Gregory. In essence, I'm pleased to pass the floor to John Rossand. I think that that's very consistent, and this is on purpose that I left John for dessert, for the very end of the session, because John, looking at all these stories, can share some feedback, can comment on what he noted. At the same time, John is the founder and chairman of New Cities Foundation, which is developing the cities, which is dealing with everything related to housing, to sustainable development. John, what strategies for the development of cities you see now as most promising, most relevant? And probably you could recommend something for Moscow. That would be just great.
Can you switch on the microphone, please?
Thank you very much. I think after listening to all of you talk about Moscow and being here the last few days, I think there's very little that I can teach you, but there's a lot that I can learn from you. I mean, I want to say that the last time I was in Moscow was about 10 years ago. And to come back today is staggering. I mean, the way that the entire fabric of the city has improved in so many ways. From the transportation to the green spaces. This park where we are, Zarodye Park, is amazing. I mean, the fact that we have this extraordinary, quite radical idea of green space in the very heart of the capital of Russia is, and designed by an American firm. I just can't imagine the same thing happening in, say, Washington, D.C., for example, unfortunately.
I can tell you, not only American firm, there was 6 countries in the consortium.
Yeah.
And
so what I'm going to talk about is, I mean, the title of this session is about comfort zones, and we talked about comfortability. And, for example, I'm quite involved with a large new greenfield city that's going up in the northwest of Saudi Arabia called Neom. And there, we don't talk about comfortability, we talk about livability. What are the kind of fundamentals of livability that will be needed to make this new city a success? At New Cities Foundation, which I head, we look at it in a very similar way, and we talk about well-being, urban well-being. And this is something that we were founded about 12 years ago, and we were one of the early movers in the kind of smart city space, looking at the impact of connectivity technologies, digital technologies on the built environment, on cities. And about 6 or 7 years ago, we shifted. We really pivoted. And we decided to banish from the vocabulary of the New Cities Foundation the 2 words smart city. Because we felt that when you talk about smart cities and intelligent cities, the focus is on the technology itself rather than on human beings and the people who actually live in cities. So we began to think about, instead of saying smart cities, talking about well-being and urban well-being, that ultimately it's about a well-balanced city in which there's a decent balance between work and play and housing, where there is adequate biodiversity, there's clean air, clean water, access to good health care, etc. And I think this is really basic stuff. I think what's interesting recently, and certainly more from a North American viewpoint, this last year and a half has been extraordinary for two reasons. One, of course, is the pandemic, and that's been, everybody in the world has been subject to that. Not only North America, not only Russia, but it's caused us to rethink the work environment, housing, public spaces, etc. The other thing that's happened in North America was the tragic death of George Floyd. And this has left this has had an extraordinary impact on the way we think about cities and the way we think about populations that have over time been excluded from progress in a city, and how cities have been, our American cities have been structurally unequal. And so I think for the first time there's been a really fundamental reckoning with this. And we've only just started. There's also been the change in the United States of the administration in Washington. We now have, in every way, a pro-city administration, compared to an administration over the last 4 years under President Trump, which was aggressively anti-city. The cities were not the supporters of Trump. It was the rural areas. So there's really a sea change now in North America, and there is a kind of unprecedented alignment of the federal government, of regional governments, of civic societies, of philanthropic organizations that really want to get things done, want to get things accomplished for the first time. I hope we can. When I listened to Mayor Sobinin this morning talk about the expansion of Moscow Metro, which is already massive and very efficient. It ties together this vast city. It's going to be expanded even more. And I think of the city that I live in, Los Angeles, which is almost exactly the same size as Moscow in terms of population and also in terms of sort of area. Moscow Metro, public transit in Moscow, moves every day around 7 million people. The LA Metro, the public transit system of Los Angeles County, moves every day 340,000 people. And that's a pre-COVID number. So it shows you how much work we have to do in the United States. Of course, we don't benefit from this amazing tradition that you have of central planning. Central planning, you say the word central planning in the United States and, you might be arrested. But there's so much that you can get done with good central planning. So anyway, but I think that, look, I want to leave you with two thoughts. And one is how excited I am to be in Moscow. And I think I want to move to Moscow. That's one thought. Because I like to be in cities that are moving and are progressing in a positive way. And the second thing is I want the rights to the Atlas of Good Decisions, because I think that should be translated into English, into French, into German. I would really love to read that book. It sounds like an extremely useful compendium. New Cities, we launched New Cities Foundation 12 years ago because we felt that cities have to learn from one another. New York has to learn from a Moscow. St. Petersburg can learn from a Bogota. We have to increase this. No city is an island. So on those two thoughts, I leave you. And thank you very much for this great discussion.
John, thank you so much. I think this is maybe a round of applause to you, because I don't know. This is definitely a quote of the day. That how much work we should do in the United States, because I would say that I never heard such words in the Moscow Urban Forum, and this is really, really very, very, very nice thing for you to say. Do you actually agree with Marta that when she was saying that Moscow is too big? We need to make it smaller. We need to make this kind of smaller islands of life.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, you're not going to blow up these massive housing projects. So I think you have to think about ways to make them, more human, sort of better connected to the city. I think that the whole, talking about the 15-minute city is very in vogue now, and that I was recently, a few weeks ago, in Paris, and of course Mayor Hidalgo of Paris is the leading international proponent of the 15-minute city, in which everything you need for sort of good urban life is within a 15-minute walk, essentially. I think that's a kind of okay idea. I don't think it's an end in itself. I mean, I don't see. Is Moscow too big? No. I mean, Tokyo, for example, is 3 times the size of Moscow in terms of population, and it's one of the most lovely, most non-polluted, most dynamic cities I can think of. It really works very well. So I don't think size by itself is a problem at all. Yeah.
Good. Size is not a problem. This is also another quote which I like. Коллеги, дорогие, спасибо большое.
Colleagues, thank you so much. I think that we had brilliant speakers, regardless of all those technical difficulties. I think that it was a very lively session, lively discussion. Thank you so much to everyone, and I'd like to thank Moscow Urban Forum for bringing us together.